I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
when schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable. County Board of Supervisors into session, and I'd like to invite you to conduct the roll call.
Sure thing. Supervisor McGorty?
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Here.
Supervisor Hashak?
Here.
Chair Jurdy?
Here.
And Supervisor Williams?
Here.
I'd like to ask someone in the chambers to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, independent,
liberty and justice for all. Okay, thanks. We have two items that were withdrawn from today's meeting, item 5A and item 5B. Assemblymember Jim Wood will be back at our board meeting. He had an unexpected item come up. He'll be at our meeting at the next available opportunity. Following this, we have public comment on non-agenda items and items on our closed session. Do we have any public comments on non-agenda items or items on our closed session?
We do. First in line is Carrie Shattuck, followed by Ron Edwards and Allison Talbot.
Hold on 1 second. Sorry about that. Good morning. I'm Carrie Shattuck. I'm calling regarding the consolidation of yet more offices in our county. The county has a history of consolidating departments. The General Services Agency Director, Purchasing Agent, IT Director, and Risk Manager that were independent departments were all absorbed by the CEO's office. Per Sherry, the Treasurer Tax Collector at yesterday's meeting, she has continuing issues with IT for her department. Her and the current auditor are voicing their concerns about this consolidation. How successful have these previous consolidations been? This current ordinance you are trying to push through is a consolidation of power into one position. Who will have oversight of this position? The fact that the county cannot fill current vacancies is concerning. These mask and vaccination requirements are surely keeping applicants from applying, as well as the climate in the CEO's office. I've stated before that people are leaving this county in huge numbers due to the government overreach in regards to masking and vaccinating, which further decreases the tax base for the county. What I did not hear is any discussion about this saving any money in the budget with this consolidation. What are those numbers, if any? The same amount of staff will be needed. Is this another push by the CEO for more power? The board should adamantly be listening to the concerns of Sherry and Shamice, who are on the front lines, per se. They have firsthand knowledge of the workings of the county and its finances. The board should be focusing on filling vacancies and having our current system working more streamlined. Thank you.
Next on the line is Ron Edwards.
Good morning, Board. I am just still in a bit of shock after yesterday's meeting. After participating in the public process for the past 4 years, the number of hours spent sitting there trying to follow county government, and for the first time ever, I've heard being asked about residency. I do have business interest in Mendocino County. I do work with clients there. Retired does not mean I'm sitting on a sofa all day. I've participated in meetings in Sonoma County, Marin County, and not once was I ever asked if I was a resident. For your information, I am calling you again today from Mendocino County, not Sonoma County. I don't leave Mendocino County until November 30th. So I hope that we can be civil, and I hope that all people who have an interest in Mendocino are encouraged to participate in government. Just because I'm leaving residency doesn't mean I don't have concerns, as numerous business owners have in the past commented on items and follow items in Mendocino County. My only concern is that the county function well and people I know have a decent life. Thank you.
Next on the line is Allison Talbot.
Good morning, Chair and Board. This is Allison Talbot with PG&E. I'm calling in this morning to update you on PG&E's work plan in Faulkner Park. Last Friday, we met with Supervisor Williams and a group of residents on site and shared this information. And for transparency, I wanted to share the same with you today. PG&E is scheduled to conduct enhanced vegetation safety work in 2022 along a circuit that runs through the park. This is to address vegetation that poses a higher potential for wildfire risk. Although some trees have already been marked, we are still in the early stages of the project. And right now, our focus is on exploring whether or not we can underground the portion of this line that is in Faulkner Park. As I learn more about the feasibility of that effort, I will keep Supervisor Williams and the board updated, or I'll keep Supervisor Williams updated. I'm certain that he would update the board. In the meantime, PG&E will continue our required routine vegetation management work that occurs year-round in Mendocino County, including in Faulkner Park. I anticipate that there will be concern when we're conducting the routine tree work, but I want to reiterate that this enhanced vegetation management project is not on this year's calendar. Therefore, no work will be conducted this year on the larger marked trees. And again, we're currently focused on determining if we can underground that portion of the line and therefore not complete that enhanced tree work at all. Please let me know if I can answer any questions. It's my commitment to keep you and the county informed and in the loop on all aspects of this. I'll definitely be in touch as we learn more about the undergrounding potential.
Allison, we have questions or comments from Supervisor McGordy and Supervisor Williams.
Hi, Allison. So constituents in my district are very, very concerned about all the wood that's been left on the ground, all the trunks of trees and so forth. How is it that you're able just to leave that? Many of my constituents cannot afford to move what appears to be now fire danger sitting on the ground. And I just wondered who we talk to about that to get some sort of resolution that such things won't occur in the future.
Sure, Supervisor McGordy, it's almost embarrassing to me that I can't just directly answer that question for you. I will immediately get an answer and work and contact you offline. We do chip and scatter, I know, 4-inch diameter and below, and then work with the with the property owner on the larger trees. But I am concerned that I'm going to say something that is inaccurate if I answer on the spot. So my apologies for not being able to answer that. The other thing that I can offer, though, is I had committed to doing a board presentation on our vegetation management program sort of all of it, and that would be a really good opportunity to have my coworkers in that department come to you in front of the board and explain all of those. I hope that that's sufficient for this moment.
So when can we expect to hear from you?
Well, as far as reaching out to you directly, I'll do so once I see the board meeting is over today. But then in terms of a board meeting, I've worked with the assistant CEO. She has made it clear to me that we just need to set the date, and I can work on that after the board meeting today.
Okay, well, that's good. Well, certainly this is something that is not just a concern of me locally. It's multiple counties, and I think PG&E has very bad public relations over this, quite honestly, because it's so impactful. And I don't know if there's a more delicate way to do this, but it's something that has left everybody in my neighborhood very disturbed.
Okay,
understood. I will prioritize getting a presentation before the board.
Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, I'm really good at giving inaccurate statements. So two paths that I've learned are 800-743-5000, and it's possible to lodge a complaint. And my understanding is there's a requirement for PG&E to follow up within a set period of time. There's also a PG&E Reported app. The benefit of the mobile phone Reported app is folks can take photos. And so PG&E receives the location, the photo of the problem, and I understand there's the same requirement that those be followed up with in a timely manner. I find that better than texting a supervisor. The county doesn't have authority over this. This is a state authorized program. And I get photos and descriptions, and I try to pass it on to PG&E or state reps. I think the Report It app or 743-5000 is a better route. And I want to thank Allison for showing up. Actually, 4 PG&E employees showed up. All 4 expressed that they're doing everything they can to underground. They're not cutting this year. If undergrounding for some reason isn't feasible, we can't imagine why. They won't just begin cutting. They'll come back to the county for collaboration and hopefully some negotiation. As much of a problem as we've had in past years with PG&E, I felt like in this instant, they're doing everything to try to work with us and save our park. So I'm thankful for that.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Thank you, Allison, for calling in today. We appreciate it. This communication is really important. I guess I would just say that, I'm grateful that the, Faulkner Park is not on schedule for this year. But, there's so many other places in our county that are experiencing what I would say is clear cutting. We just had a long discussion about forest practices yesterday, and it seems like PG&E is able to clear cut various wide areas of our county, underneath the poles and lines, that it's really leaving scars throughout the county that are going to be there for many, many years. So I appreciate your calling in, and I hope that the task force or the ad hoc that we had of Supervisors Williams and McGorty can really get this communication going so that we don't have this as a continuing problem, because it is throughout the county. And I appreciate that you're calling in.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thanks to Allison for updating us on Faulkner Park and projects by PG. Okay, do we have other public comment?
We did have one other person signed up for public expression, but they aren't on the line. And then we do have Ron Edwards for closed session comment.
Now on the line is Ron Edwards.
Yes, good morning again, board. I am very interested in the number of lawsuits that come before the county. And I know that the county is a target for these lawsuits, but I hope that there is something that can be done at the top, at the board level, to maybe reinforce some cultural changes so that we can avoid so many of these lawsuits that keep coming. Thank you very much.
That concludes public expression and public comment on both closed session and the consent calendar.
Okay, that does take us to the consent calendar. And any items that board members would like to pull for discussion. Supervisor Hashak.
Oh, thank you, Chair Judy. I was going to move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, all right. I would like to have just a discussion on one of the items, and on the consent calendar, there's an item for purchase of patrol vehicles from the sheriff's office. I didn't get a chance to check in with the sheriff prior to the meeting. Maybe we could just, if there's no one from the sheriff's office in our meeting, and I don't know if they are or not, maybe we could just hold off just a second to get their response. The question is, are they looking at plug-in electric hybrids? Those are gas vehicles that do run also on electricity. There are some vehicles out there. Also, there's the all-electric F-150 pickup that's coming out that's got tremendous speed. So I just was wondering, are they looking at any plug-in hybrids or hybrids for their fleet either now or in the near future? And it does look like Under Sheriff Darren Brewster's here.
Good morning, Chair and board members and CEO Angelo. I have not gotten anything regarding a hybrid vehicle or electric vehicles. As far as quotes go, if that's what you're asking, we can absolutely do so regarding that. What we're finding out as anybody that's trying to buy a car right now is due to the shipping requirements and the lack of chips for the vehicles, we're looking 3 to 4 months out of getting the vehicles that we're actually trying to buy right now, which are the gas related vehicles. So we could absolutely look into the electric or hybrid model to see, for one, how efficient they would be for us and the price range.
I would appreciate if you guys would look at that as an option. The board did set aside $2 million for carbon reduction projects, and if there's, the board hasn't had this item come back to the board yet, but it's going to come back on December 7th. And one of the questions, one of the recommendations is that when there's a cost differential, let's say between an all gas and maybe a plug-in hybrid, that would be an appropriate use of some of those funds. So it wouldn't come out of, say, the department budget, but out of that carbon reduction fund. So that's coming back to the board on December 7th. And so I think it's something that all the departments, I would appreciate if they look at those options as they become available. Any other comments, Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I think if the agreement today is to just look at it, I don't know where that'll go. I think if we want to have a rebuttable presumption that electric or hybrid electric will work, it would be better to have this item come back if that's not the case, and then we can talk about it and have an understanding of why it's not possible. But I think if we just give a recommendation that we'd like for it to be electric or partial electric, we're not setting in motion a strategic plan.
So Supervisor Williams, I agree, but so that item that you're talking about would be could be the board action on December 7th, but we haven't taken that action yet. So anyway, okay, Supervisor Williams, do you have any more? Okay, all right, well, thanks, and I hope all the departments are looking at hybrids, plug-in hybrids, and electric options for the fleet. Okay, do we have, and going to the clerk of the board, we had, you already looked for comment on the consent calendar?
Yes, we did.
Okay, can we have roll call?
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Chair Jurdy,
Yes.
and Supervisor McGorty.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, well, thanks. That takes us to item 6A, which is brought forward by myself and has to do with the appointments to RCRC and the rural county representatives and the Golden State Finance Authority.
Excuse me, Chair Jurdy. This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I just quickly want to announce that agenda items 5A and 5B have been withdrawn at the request of the department.
Okay, Alice, I thought I mentioned that at the beginning, but if I didn't, we've now mentioned it at least once. Okay, so we have appointments to rural county's representative and also Golden State Finance Authority and Supervisor McGorty and then Supervisor Hashak.
So I would like to continue in my capacity as a representative to RCRC. I'm just beginning to know the organization and hopefully will be more effective as I learn more about them. They're working with our ad hoc on PG&E's enhanced vegetation management, and I'm finding them to be extremely useful to Mendocino County.
Appreciate that. Supervisor Hashak.
Yes, thank you, Chair Jurdy. I would like to continue as my role on CSAC.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
No, we do not.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, I just want to reinstate or reinforce that I'm interested in both of these boards, and actually these committee selections were made before I was a seated supervisor. So I appreciate the work that my colleagues are doing with these boards, and I'm also very interested in serving at some point in my term.
Okay, so we do have an alternate position for CSAC besides the voting member. Supervisor McGorty.
Well, I was wondering if Supervisor Mulhern would like to serve as alternates on either of these organizations.
Yes, I would.
Supervisor Hasjack, are you presently the alternate for RCRC?
I don't think so. I think Supervisor Williams is.
Okay.
Supervisor Williams.
And I have no issue with handing that to Supervisor Mulhern. I think she'd do a good job, but I'm curious, would she like to be the primary on either?
I would. I understand Supervisor McGorty just sort of sounds like catching his feet or his rhythm. So I'm happy to yield that, but at some point in my term, I would like to be in one of those positions.
And you're not, because you came late to the game, and so we're keeping status quo. I wonder if the board has a sense of a fair way to allocate these assignments. They seem rather popular, and I'm happy to step back. It's not about me. I don't know if we want to alternate through the year, cycle through, or roll the dice, but it seems like there should be a way to make sure it gets spread around. I think representation from different districts will steer RCRC and CSAC in different directions. And so although this position represents the county as a whole, I think it's likely influenced by the district of the supervisor who serves.
Supervisor McGorty.
It seems like 2-year terms are kind of a minimum to be effective on this, although anyone can use the services of RCRC or CSAC if they want to talk specifically with one of the legislative analysts. So I think that it's a good idea for us to actually have people serve more than, not have somebody tie it up for 4 years. I think it's really good, probably a 2-year time block to be on the board, on these boards, so that we're exposed to organizations and become effective. They're certainly really useful to us and certainly give us a lot of insight. And I've really appreciated the kind of the enhancement of my craft as a supervisor by being associated with them.
Open up to the clerk of the board's office.
Chair Jurdy, thank you. This is CEO Angelo. I just wanted to say that certainly in my close to 15 years here and my involvement with RCRC and CSAC throughout those 15 years, Supervisor Carrie Brown was the representative pretty much her whole term for RCRC and CSAC. And the value there is that she became very well known, not only with her colleagues, but with both organizations. And it was not uncommon that Supervisor Brown was called upon for information, for advice, and it worked not only for the organizations, but certainly for our county. I would like to say that Supervisor McGorty, in a very short period of time, 11 months, has, in my opinion, really made a place for himself with RCRC. Supervisor McGorty is definitely an expert in resource lands, and that's what RCRC is. So I think that he is, not that this is part of this, but I do want to say from experience that when you have a supervisor that has expertise in a particular area, as Supervisor McGorty does with resource lands, he is a great representative for us with RCRC. And I would think that he could be the representative for RCRC during his full term, and clearly it would benefit the county. I can tell you that the RCRC executive director was out here already, which is unheard of. I believe that Greg Norton and his tenure might have come to Mendocino County once. And I think that a lot of the relationship building that's happening right now with RCRC is because of the good work of Supervisor McGorty. So I just want to share that with this board because of my experience with both of these organizations, that we are fortunate to have Supervisor McGorty as the representative for RCRC, and I hope that doesn't change for this county's benefit. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I'd like to move that we appoint Supervisor McGorty to RCRC, Supervisor Haschek to CSAC, Supervisor Mulherin as alternate for both CSAC and RCRC, and note for the record that it's our intention to appoint Supervisor Mulherin to CSAC next year.
I will second that, but I see Supervisor Haschek has his hand up.
Yeah. Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. What I was going to say is that I'm the representative for both CSAC and NACO. And so I would like to continue on with CSAC because I'm on the Energy, Environment, and Land Use Committee, and I think that that's important for Mendocino County. I would give up my seat on NACO to Supervisor Mulherin.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I was going to suggest we call the question and see where it takes us.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
No, we do not.
We do have a motion on the table. Kind of roll call.
Yeah, this is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I just want to clarify. So we do need both an alternate and an appointee for CSAC, NACO, RCRC, and the Golden State Finance Authority. I currently have CSAC as Supervisor Haschek, with Supervisor Mulherin as the alternate. I have RCRC as Supervisor McGorty, with Supervisor Mulherin as the alternate. And then I have nothing locked down for NACO, and I have nothing locked down for Golden State Finance Authority. But I do have a note from Supervisor Williams, in addition, rather, that it's their intention to appoint Supervisor Mulherin to CSAC next year.
So the Golden State Finance Authority is pretty much tied in with RCRC. So if you go to one meeting, you're going to both because it's usually a short 1 hour session at the end of the RCRC meeting. So they're pretty much the same appointment.
Chair. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Supervisor Williams, did you raise your hand?
I think we should go to the CEO first.
Chair Jurdy, thank you, Supervisor Williams. All I was going to say is that the Golden State Finance rep and the RCRC rep should be the same person. So and I believe Supervisor McGorty was alluding to that as well. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah. Does anyone have a preference for NACO? Not hearing any. To clarify my motion, it was McGorty for CSAC. I'm sorry, McGorty for RCRC, Hascheck for CSAC, Mulherin for alternate on CSAC and RCRC, Hascheck for NACO. To note for the record that we will intend to appoint Supervisor Mulherin to CSAC at the next opportunity, and treat Golden State Finance Authority and RCRC as a single appointment.
Supervisor Hascheck.
Well, I just think that when we do votes like this, we shouldn't, we can say, hey, there'll be a 2-year term for CSAC or whatever, but I don't think that we should be committing, just pro forma on that process. I think that it should be dealt with when it comes up each year or every 2 years if the term is 2 years that we decide.
Well, I get my concern is we have more demand than seats, and I think we should give the new supervisor an opportunity, and she's asking sometime during her term. So I'm afraid if we don't get a handshake in place, we're going to be back at this problem next year. And Supervisor Hascheck, I think you've done a really honorable job representing us. I just see that we have at least 2 supervisors eyeing this seat, and I think we should try to allocate it fairly.
No, I guess I'm fine with that.
And I'll just say, I don't think it's a good practice to be moving people around. I think it makes sense for people to serve as alternates, and maybe organically they move from alternate to board representative, but I think it's not a good strategy to be intentionally moving people around. A lot of these organizations, if you really want to get on their executive boards and be effective, you have to serve on their boards for multiple years. And I think that what's proposed is precluding that option. And if we have roll call.
This is Alice Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. There is one last thing, and that's the NACO alternate.
I'm happy to serve as the alternate for NACO.
And the first agrees.
Okay, we have roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
No.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Hascheck?
No.
And Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
The motion carries with Supervisors Jurdy and Hascheck dissenting.
Okay, that takes us to let's see. That takes us to item 5C, which is discussion of possible action regarding presentation for first quarter budget report and status of the county departmental spending and revenues for fiscal year 21-22.
Chair Jurdy, we're getting there. Chair Jurdy, this is the first quarter report, first quarter budget report. This is CEO Angelo. I'm going to open this up and then turn it over to Assistant CEO Darcy Antle. I believe everyone can see the PowerPoint here. So, as you know, we have had multiple disasters within the last 12-month period. They certainly have shifted the focus and the available discretionary funds that would have been used for county deferred maintenance and some other critical needs. The first quarter impacts do reflect the need for maintenance and communication, certainly the ongoing work around disaster mitigation, resiliency, and recovery. The presentation today will include, we'll go to the next slide, will be the usual budget considerations, goals and priorities, the closeout. You'll get an update on, somebody want to move that slide, please? Certainly an update on human resources, vehicle replacement, our energy audit, and some other programs along with the CEO recommendations and the future budget schedule. So regarding budget considerations, somehow we went to a different slide. There we are. Okay, regarding budget considerations, certainly we have space needs, staffing, some of our urgent projects and our obligations that this board has made, disaster local share, the IT infrastructure, and certainly some our jail expansion, which continues along with some of our disaster costs. The board goals and priorities as the next slide. I'm not going to go through this. I believe that this is everything we've talked about, certainly over the last couple years. I think the new jail additional costs are still to be determined, and we know that the ADA transition plan is also a cost for this county. Certainly, when we talk about sustainability, we do have our challenges with the cannabis program and continue with that. Again, the next slide is the continuation of board goals and priorities. It seems that every quarter the priorities the list gets longer and longer because we have more and more needs, as you can see. I believe under supporting community partners, we have some very serious needs there. This board has made great strides with the fire districts and fire safe awareness, and certainly has dedicated funding to fire mitigation, I think, and also the Climate Action Committee, and certainly working on county service area. But the Potter Valley Water Project is still a key project that does impact the whole county, though I think that there might be some misunderstanding because it is considered a Potter Valley Water Project, but again, it impacts our whole county and other counties. This is definitely a serious issue and one that you'll be hearing more about over the next few months. And at this point, I believe we're on 2021 closeout, and I will turn it over to Assistant CEO Darcy Antle. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Jurdy, members of the board. As we closed out fiscal year 2021, the good news is there is $4.4 million in carry forward. We look at carry forward as one-time funds, not a fund to be used for continual operation, ongoing operational needs. The other good news is that the coronavirus relief funds, the CARES funds, came in at $8.9 million. Those were used in the first and second quarter of 2021. $7.2 million went to county operations. Of that 7.2, 3.9 of those operation expenses was for housing and the alternate care site needs. 1.7 million went to community partners for food, housing, and small business needs. The good news really reflects the board's goals and priorities in the prior slides. The bad news, the cost of the jail expansion continues to have a total overrun of $6.4 million. That was an additional $4 million brought forth recently this quarter. While the county has a carry forward, the full impacts of the fire damage, the drought, and the COVID-19 related services and expense are still not fully realized. As we move forward in our presentation, the next slide will be by Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson. So as you can see in front of you, you have the human resources update for the first quarter. The recruitment summary is from July 1 to September 30th. So this is that activity for the department for the first quarter. Still very busy, still a lot of open positions. We also have had success in the wellness program. As you can see, 618 employees completed their biometric health screening, which is about 63%. And we have about 72.8% of employees that have engaged with the program in one way or the other. So this program continues to be very successful. And we also have information on countywide training programs. Our training program is very robust, even in process of just having Zooms, which has been also very successful. So we have our Management and Supervisor Academy, Skills Development for Employees, On-Demand Learning, and CSAC Institute. And all of this information can be found on the HR webpage under trainings. As you can see at the bottom, labor negotiations will begin in approximately March of 2022. So all contracts will be ending next year. So we have 5 that will end in June 30, 2022, 1 August 31st, and 2 on September 30th. And the IHSS contract will end on December 31st. So we do have a new labor attorneys, Wren and Associates, that we will be working with next year. And as you also know, we are in the process of recruiting for a human resource director. So we have met, the ad hoc committee of Supervisor McGordy and Supervisor Hashtag have met, and we began the recruitment process, and we will meet again with the ad hoc probably around the first part of December to see what the status is. So far, we've only received 1 application, but the process has just begun. And I do also have in the waiting room, HR managers. If there's any specific questions you have or anything, I can also answer for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Sherry. Any questions?
Okay. Darcy Antle, Deputy or Assistant CEO, moving along. The next slides will be presented by Janelle Rao, Director of Central Services, and the Fleet and Facilities team.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. As previously directed by the board, staff have been working on a proposed replacement schedule or program for the board consideration. This is just a snapshot or a preview of what we've been working on. It's anticipated that we'll be before your board in early 2022 with some data for the board to consider, in addition to options as far as leasing versus owned, electric, hybrid versus gas, and perhaps even coming into a kind of a combination thereof. We've been researching what the types of infrastructure would be necessary in order to support an electric vehicle program for county owned and operated vehicles. But what we did want to put before you in this draft kind of grid that you see in front of you with the years and the miles, and that's based on what we found an industry standard in our surrounding counties. The only comparison I can tell you in our county dates back to 2007. That tells you how long it's been since we've had an actual viable replacement program. And in 2007, just as a comparison, we'll have more on this for your board's consideration in January, as I mentioned, but a mid-size sedan hybrid previously in 2007, I believe was 120,000 or 10 years. So that gives you somewhat of a comparison. And I do have that from the board's prior action under the program. The data that we'll be presenting to you will also include some of the miles by type, average driven by the fleet, and some proposed models to more efficiently manage our fleet. So we can go on to the next slide, please. As this board is also aware, we've been reporting through the CEO report. Staff have been working on an audit of our county-owned facilities. And this is a large endeavor with county facilities, just to let the board know, looking at the, again, efficiencies of our buildings, but we're also, as you're aware, looking at space utilization and also the actual condition of each of our facilities. This energy audit to me will be another tool for this board to make decisions based on the information being placed in front of you many times without the knowledge or background or data to support your ability to make those decisions. So capitalized project needs and anything we can do to make our owned real property more efficient. We have a presentation that will be coming forward on December 7th. That presentation will include potential projects that may result from this energy audit, as well as conversion to a cleaner energy by going to Sonoma Clean Power's Evergreen services. We've also had discussions, and I want to thank Supervisor Girardi for spearheading much of this effort, but we've had conversations with the City of Ukiah and their plans to also move towards a more clean and efficient energy program as well. So more on that will come on December 7th. We go to the next.
Supervisor McGordy, do you have a question? You're muted.
Sorry, whatever happened to the ag department and their desire to have a vehicle replacement for their weight truck that they need? They have a crane truck that evidently was unsafe or not suitable for the job.
My last recollection in that effort, sorry, through the chair, I apologize. My last recollection of that is that the existing vehicle was analyzed and found to be suitable for use. The crane was fully operational and the vehicle was fully operational. But if they're pursuing a replacement, I'm not certain. They may be working through the executive office fiscal team.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So on to the CIP. And what I want to say here is what's being presented in front of you at each of these budget cycles are what we're identifying as critical infrastructure needs. Again, life, health, safety, welfare. It's unfortunate that a lot of these are reactionary versus proactive, but it's going to take a great deal of effort for us to get to where we're in a planning mode versus reactionary mode. As mentioned, we're going through the space utilization assessment. We'll be doing a facility condition assessment of each of our owned and leased real properties that will result in a more robust and accurate 5-year CIP. We are at the tail end of your current 5-year CIP. It expires in 2022. So this is a large effort on facilities' part. I do want to mention that the critical funding priorities, the 1.375, those are projects that are already in the works or completed because they were declared an emergency. It's when facilities doesn't have a choice. There's either they're either a danger or we've had either flooding, trees falling, hazardous trees identified, and various other hazards. I've been working with multiple board members in various states of ad hoc capacity or in other areas on the state of our county's owned real property, including parks. I am working on forming a funding formula that will be worked on through the executive office on what would really bring this board the information they need that would be a stabilized funding formula versus a reactionary funding formula. I reference all this information and more on the CIP and those projects that are really, I hate to even say it, they're not an ask they're really necessary in order to protect our citizens and our staff. So that 1.375 is included on page 12 within your narrative for additional information. And with that, I also have Dan Mazzani, our Facilities and Fleet Division Manager, and Doug Anderson, our Assistant Facilities and Fleet Division Manager, if there are any questions.
Supervisor McGordy.
So the ag building, I remember, had leaks in it, and I just wondered if that's something that's been addressed. I don't know that the whole building has to be re-roofed, but certainly the leaky parts, the buckets that are permanently in place, it'd be nice to see those gone if they haven't been repaired already.
Through the chair, I'll go ahead. That was, if you look at attachment B, you will see that I was just skimming it, that the ag roof replacement was on there. It wasn't identified as a board obligation, so it's not included in that 1.375. But I would, from a facilities perspective, just to reiterate, a lot of what we're doing is reactionary, unfortunately. So yes, it's in a state of leaking, as are many of our roofs. So it's slated there for consideration because it has been identified as a hazard. So with this board's consideration, as you move through your discussions on what you may do with your carry forward, you'll see there's many competing priorities, but it was identified if you look at attachment B.
Great. As I said, I don't know that the roof necessarily has to be replaced, but certainly the buckets need to go. It's not good.
Okay, Janelle, did you say you were going to bring in Dan Mazzani from?
They're here, just if you have any questions.
All right, not seeing any questions.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO, through the chair, if I may. I would like to take a moment here. Out of the county's nearly $400 million budget, only $75 million is considered discretionary funds. The majority of the $400 million is state, federal, or grant dollars that are designated to specific programs such as social services and the sheriff's office. The $75 million also is expected to fund unfunded state-mandated programs where the state has provided no appropriations. You will hear about two of those programs here in just a minute. I would like to inform this board, of which the budget ad hoc is aware. Under the direction of this board to reimagine the budget, the fiscal team began meeting with Chief Locatelli and his team to look at their budget. The probation department budget is approximately 35% general fund. The remainder is state or other funds. During the budget hearings, the probation department budget we had concerns, and when they were brought forward to the attention of this board, as Chief Locatelli and the fiscal team were aware of two unknown budget impacts of mandated services that were not settled at the state level. Chief Locatelli, while provided one update today, will also be regarding pretrial, and the second will be coming forward at mid-year, as state just informed the counties of the AB 1869 funding shortfall this month. So at this time, I would like to turn it over to Chief Locatelli.
Good morning, Supervisor, Chair Jerdy, CEO Angelo, Council Curtis, Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. So yeah, I was asked to do a presentation for you today on this particular slide. And what I wanted to say on it, most of it, all the pertinent information is there in writing for you to review. So I'd like to focus my comments more around pretrial and SB 129. That's the funding source for pretrial that was identified by the state. And it's basically in response to the Humphrey decision. It's case law that came out. If you will all remember, SB 10 was passed by the governor, and then we had a referendum in California that voted down SB 10, which was a fully funded state program for pretrial release. So with that piece of information having happened, a case law doesn't require funding. It's a mandate with no funding because it is essentially not state law, passed by the state. But with SB 129, there is some funding associated with pretrial. And as you can see on the slideshow, there's roughly a small county minimum, which Mendocino continuously gets lumped into, even though, Alpine, Sierra, Modoc, counties like that are getting the same amount as Mendocino County. So it's $200,000 roughly ongoing in state funding for pretrial. And then there's that $206,000 for one-time funding to implement a program. I would say that Mendocino County is a little behind the 8 ball only because we didn't have a pretrial program prior to the Humphrey decision, whereas most counties in California do. So we have a bigger lift here in Mendo to get this operational. I'd also like to point out that the way SB 129 is written, the money comes from the state to trial courts. Trial courts must enter into MOUs with county departments to be eligible for that funding. Our criminal justice team has been meeting for months on this every 2 weeks to develop a plan. It was identified that probation would be the department that would do this work. And we're at that point now of talking about operational implementation. And I was doing the assessment on this for space. I ran into a bit of a problem over at our jail. There's really no space for pretrial officers to be working. And as I look at creating efficiencies in the system, there needs to be a dedicated identified space so that we're not interfering with jail operations and that pretrial officers are working independently of corrections officers to keep overtime costs down. I've talked with multiple people about a cost share methodology here of using those 206,000 state implementation costs, discussing it with the board, and also talking to the CCP membership, which are again state funds. But a combination between those things can bring in the space to do this project, and then that'll create personnel savings and efficiencies, and those are ongoing cost savings to the county versus the structural, which is one-time funding. So that's where we're at with pretrial. And just so you're aware, there's quite a few inmates at the jail who are pre-trial inmates. They haven't been convicted of anything, and at $140 a day, if they were out of the jail and back in the communities on the path towards being productive, there is a cost savings there, but it can't be at the expense of public safety. So that's where a robust pretrial program doesn't just do assessments and let people out of jail. It actually provides a level of safety in the monitoring aspect. And the 200,000 is really in response to the Humphreys decision about an ability to pay and letting inmates out of custody if they don't have an ability to pay. They didn't take into account the actual public safety in the state funding and actually monitoring them. So there is going to be a need for the county to decide how much comfort they have in just releasing people with no monitoring. And if that's an uncomfortable proposition, then there needs to be a discussion about funding that supplements and not supplants the state's effort. So as Darcy had mentioned, I've discussed this with her team and the executive office pretty intensively, and AB 1869 is the other piece that was mentioned. I think I've told the board before that those are revenue cuts that the legislation passed towards fines and fees in the criminal justice arena. I did a look at my department alone. Over a 5-year period, it was $325,000 roughly every year that my department could count on from the revenues of providing those services to defendants. The state has done away with those. We had budgeted roughly $400,000 for this fiscal year, and the state released about a week ago that they're going to be backfilling Mendocino County at $198,000. So you can see there's not a full amount of recovery there from the state. And I don't know if that triggers, because the state passed this law, that they can't throw 60% towards us and expect us to pick up those other 40, that other 40%. That's something I've talked to the state about, and have continued to say that we need to be made whole, not partial. But what I'm hearing from CSAC and RCRC and other counties is they might not have understood to the level of granular detail that Mendocino County had, and they think some of these bigger counties they don't know exactly what they were taking in. So this was the state's best guess. But in Mendocino County, we know exactly what we were taking in. So it's a pretty big hit for us. I see there's questions, so I don't.
Yeah, thanks. Supervisor McGordy?
Chief Locatelli, give us kind of a thumbnail sketch of a pretrial program that would be your ideal program if it was functioning properly, and what it would take to get there.
So the ideal pretrial program would be one that goes into the jail when somebody's arrested and does an assessment on them. We've identified the PSA as the tool. It assesses your ability to return to court, whether you're a low risk to return, meaning you will, or you're a high risk not to return to court. And there's a moderate also. Based on that assessment is a comfortable level of being released or not by a judge. In addition to that assessment, there's also, are you going to commit another crime that is violent in nature? So we're getting 2 scores out of this tool. My pretrial officers will then turn that report around, which also will address the Humphreys decision about their ability to pay. It'll be given to the criminal justice group prior to their arraignments for decisions on release. Then the court looks at that tool, hears argument from defense and the district attorney, and decides whether or not to release with special conditions related to that. Then my pretrial officers will then begin monitoring to make sure they actually return to court. That's the goal that's the main difference between pretrial and probation supervision. We are monitoring, they're not convicted. Versus convicted, we're supervising. There's a clear distinction there. Our main job is to call them and get them into court and make sure they're not committing new crimes. To do this effectively and safely, I'm not going to ask or tell you what it would look like exactly because we haven't done it yet. I would anticipate 3 to 5 officers would need to be doing this work. We're starting with 3, and we're going to focus on trying to support the program with my other state revenues and my other officers as I can adjust them around to see what we really need before I tell the board exactly what the gaps are.
So they're kind of like probation function, except that these are for non-convicted people.
That's exactly right there. It fits in probation departments across the state because it's something we're already used to. We assess everybody anyways on their risk to reoffend. Now we're assessing them on a risk to go back to court. Plus the PSA gives us that extra bit of information, and the court then decides who to release. But I'm a little fearful that they'll be releasing quite a few people that'll overwhelm the small staff that we have, and that will affect public safety if I'm not able to effectively monitor a caseload of 70 people when it should only be 25.
Do you have stats on how many offenders end up in our criminal justice system locally in terms of violent and non-violent crimes?
It depends what your definition of violence is. Are you using the penal code or are you using common sense? Because the legislation likes to use the penal code, which is 6675, but the domestic violence charge, even though you would consider that violent, is not by definition in the statute. So we've actually, as part of this PSA tool, it's anything that it would be violent to you as a common citizen. Punching somebody is violent, but it's not in statute as violent. So we have those statistics. We'll have a lot more because there's a huge data reporting requirement if you take any state funding, which, in Mendocino County, we have no choice but to use state funding. So between myself and the court, we need to get this MOU signed and probation's again going to be doing a lot of data reporting to the court, which then gets reported to judicial council. So when I get more in depth with the board and the criminal justice partners on pretrial, and I think Supervisor William, asks me about data a lot, and we're going to have a lot of that to share with the board and all these other entities that are looking at this.
Thank you.
Are there other questions or?
Supervisor Williams.
I don't have any questions. It was a thorough presentation, really well articulated, and you have all my support.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And the team as a whole, we couldn't have done this without the criminal justice team and the cooperation that's happening. And this is another venue where I'm able to explain that there are things happening in the criminal justice arena and there are good partnerships in Mendocino County. We wouldn't be able to get all this work done without the district attorney, the public defender, the courts, and the sheriff's office coming together and working on this. So just want to thank all my partners.
Well, thank you, Chief Locatelli, for presenting this, but also presenting on behalf of everybody in the criminal justice system. So thank you.
Darcy Antle, through the chair, at this time for the Prevention, Recovery, Resiliency, and Mitigation update, we'll turn it over to Principal Analyst Sarah Pierce.
Good morning, Board and CEO Angelo. Sarah Pierce with the PREM Department. Thank you for taking the time, allowing us the time to speak today. The PREM Department would like to highlight some of the tasks we have been working on. The first project we would like to highlight is the American Rescue Plan, or ARPA. As you are aware, the county received $16.8 million in funding, of which 50% was awarded in August of 2021. The remaining 50% will be funded around August of 2022. Currently, the final rule has yet to be released. We are anticipating it will be released in early 2022. As of October, there has been close to $4.7 million of funding obligated to projects supporting the public health emergency and in investments in water and sewer. At the end of this report and presentation, you will see there is a recommendation that funding be designated for county core services, infrastructure projects, and emergency funding before other considerations are to be appropriated, or before other considerations, and to be appropriated using the final guidelines. The next project we would like to highlight is the drought emergency. As of October, there was close to 1.3 million gallons of water hauled, with about 500,000 in expenses obligated to help relieve the impact of the drought. A portion of these expenses will be applied to the Department of Water Resources grant, which was awarded in September. The remaining expenses will be applied to the previously allocated funding from the PG&E disaster settlement funds. As for long-term planning projects, there are ongoing discussions being held with the state and community partners. The next project we would like to highlight is the work being completed by the on the PG&E disaster settlement funding. The PERM department.
Excuse me, Sarah. I see a hand raised by Supervisor Hashak. You maybe might want to go back to the last slide.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So, Sarah, my question is about the ARPA money, and is there a process that we're going to use? You know, if a community based organization has an idea, you know, is there going to be a window of project proposals, or how are we going to deal with those kind of issues?
I will defer to Assistant CEO Darcy Antle.
If I may, through the chair, Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. At this time, our recommendation is that we hold those funds and wait for the final rule. We expected the final rule to come out in this fall due to some legislation and the timeline. This time, we're understanding it won't come out until early 2022. So we're asking for that time. I think during that time, we can discuss with this board on how they would like to, if they are wanting to open this up for funding opportunities for nonprofits and other community partners.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Is staff planning to address core county services first with this money? Seeing that we have more expense in providing service than we have revenue, and we're probably heading in a direction where that gap is widening. Will this money be primarily targeted at addressing our mandated services?
Sarah Pierce, Principal Analyst within the Perm Department. Yes, that is a recommendation that we are proposing at the end of this report.
Supervisor McGordy?
So two parts. First of all, regarding the PG&E money that was used for funding the drought, my understanding was that we would try to replace those with funds from the state, which I believe has happened, and also possibly from TOT or carryover. What's the status of that?
Sarah Pierce, Principal Analyst within the Perm Department. Yes, a portion of the funds that were allocated from the PG&E disaster settlement funds will be offset with the DWR grant. However, we have not received the full grant award document outlining all of the specific allowances. We do know that commercial hauling is not an eligible expense. So until we receive that document from DWR, we cannot fully determine how much will go to the grant versus the PG&E disaster settlement funds. However, we are also proposing in the attachments that a portion of the PG&E funds that were helping to offset the drought be refunded back to the PG&E disaster settlement funds.
Okay, well, please keep us informed as that progresses, because the strong constituency is very, very interested in that in my district.
So going on with the next slide, the next project we'd like to highlight is the PG&E disaster settlement funding. The Perm Department, the Executive Office Contracting and Fiscal team, along with the County Council, have been diligently working with agencies that were awarded funds. This is not an easy task, as there's currently over 50 unique contracts that will need to be administered to approximately 40 outside agencies. As for internal departments, you'll see in the attachment to this report, we are recommending appropriating the funds as part of first quarter. We want to ensure everyone, all agencies and in internal departments will be required to provide documentation on expenses to ensure proper use of funds. As for the Hopkins fire, Travis Kilmer will be presenting a detailed update later on today. And lastly, the Perm Department would like to also highlight, as outlined in the report, we continue to implement ongoing grants. The team has secured over $37 million in funding since 2018, with an additional $3.5 million pending approval. Please refer to the report for projects that are still outgoing and their status. And I'm open to any questions, and thank you for your time.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. If I may add one thing to the ARPA conversation, we are extensively reading and attempting to fully understand the documentation requirements. The documentation requirements back to the U.S. Department of Treasury are very lengthy, complicated, and are going to create a lot of detail provided back to us to be able to support the spend of those funds. So I just want to mention that if we are looking to go out to outside agencies, it's going to be critical that those agencies follow the guidelines. So if there's an audit, that we meet all expectations. Thank you.
I'd just like to note that Sarah's, oh, by the way, the Perm division has secured about $35 million in grants for Mendocino County, is maybe the most important piece of information in this presentation. I mean, you know, we had the discussion yesterday about trying to further enhance the county's ability to secure grants. And I really see it as building upon what the executive office has been pursuing in the last several years with the little, I would say, fairly small division within the CEO's office. Supervisor Williams.
Does PERM believe it could secure more grants if we were to add another full-time or contract grant writer? Are we missing opportunities?
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. Certainly, we could definitely go after more funds. We do need to develop some project goals, and I think the strategic plan can help with that. But moving forward, what really helped us get started was the long-term recovery plan that was created after the 2017 fire. And we continue to work down those projects, as well as you can see, when new unfortunately disasters come along, that's been our primary focus. But to reach outside of that, we would definitely need assistance if we were going to go outside of basically, prevention, recovery, really resiliency, and mitigation. Yes, thank you.
See, for the board, seeing the return on investment, is that something we should direct sooner than later?
Well, I certainly support, strategically expanding the PERM division as they see the need. Supervisor McGordy.
So to answer your question, Supervisor Williams, yes. And the second point I wanted to make is that we retained the services of West Company to help us in some of our grant writing, particularly for economic development. I just wonder what role could they play in this?
Well, my understanding, maybe I'm wrong and I can be corrected. My understanding is we would hire West to hire a grant writer. It wasn't my understanding that West would directly write the grants.
Well, they have the capability and they have the interest in as ARPA and other programs are developing to participate. So I want to be sure that they're fully utilized since we have an agreement with them.
Yeah, maybe staff could comment and add clarity. Has West conveyed that they are able to write the grants, or simply that they would be a sort of middleman in writing grants?
Darcy Antle, through the chair, Assistant CEO. In my discussions with West, I believe she has a meeting coming up with a couple of the board members to discuss the scope of this new focus for her agreement that you had approved of $175,000 for the 1-year period. My understanding is she certainly can write grants if it's within her scope. For disaster recovery, the fortunate thing that we have had the ability to work with Laco and Associates, who comes with a depth and breadth in all things that we have been working on. My understanding, it would be very hard to write certain grants that require technical expertise. And I'll throw out water for an example, just because that's something that I knew absolutely nothing about, and I have a little bit more knowledge about the drought and the water now, but certainly to be able to write an extensive grant for that would require some additional expertise.
Okay.
So could we give direction to staff to bring back a plan to maximize our effort in grant writing? I don't want to get into the weeds on this here, but I don't want to hear later that we missed opportunities. I think that the cost of the grant writing is small and will be recovered.
So I'm just looking for some feedback from the executive office.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. Certainly we can work on that if that's what your question is. We would be happy to. I can work with Principal Analyst Sarah Pierce, as well as Principal Analyst Shwen Ong, who she's been the primary lead on most of this.
think we could see some options on that. Supervisor Hashek.
Thank you, Chair Judy. So later on in the agenda, we're going to be looking at a grant for $2 million. And we're going to spend, I think, $25,000 to get that written. And that's part of the Drought Task Force work. With standing up this water agency, my understanding is that with the viable water agency for the county and robust, that we can start applying for a lot of the grants that are out there. So especially, well, in concern to water, but would it be under the purview of the PERM program too? Okay. So the question is, will water grants be separate from what PERM does, or will they be collaborating on these grant proposals?
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. Certainly that would be part of the water agency work. We would be here to support and help in any fiscal tracking capacity as needed. Currently, there are grants throughout the county and other departments that we stay engaged with those departments. Right now, we're working with public health and behavioral health in those areas to make sure there's no double dipping, make sure the tracking's getting submitted timely, those types of collaborations throughout the county.
Thank you.
Supervisor McGordy.
Well, certainly this is our future, and especially looking at the strategic plan, it's one of the things that we feel that to build financial capacity, this is what we have to do, because we just simply don't have enough tax base, enough ability to tax people to pay for everything that is either mandated or necessary for our well-being. And I just really want to appreciate all that PERM is doing, and under the direction of Darcy Antle. And we're lucky to have the group that we have. We probably need to invest and expand their role in the future. And I'm sure that's something that we'll have discussions about as we implement the strategic plan.
So, Chair Judy, if there's no more questions, we'll move forward. The one-time carry forward, Principal Analyst Tim Holman.
Thanks, Supervisors. Chair Judy, CEO Angelo. My name's Tim Hallman. I'm a Principal Administrative Analyst with the Executive Office Fiscal Team. I'm Zooming to you over Starlink today, so if there are any glitches, I apologize, but let's see if we can make this work. The one-time 2021 was $4,477,855. And that was after the auditor had gone through all of the general fund departments and closed out their spending for the year. And as you can see in the number down below, you can see the general fund departments came back with 3 million. And then the 1.4 million that is there is from other departments, as well as from funding and revenues that were generated outside of the scope of those departments that we've seen on the net county cost sheet that was produced at the beginning of the fiscal year. On the next slide, you can see that we're coming up on our funding needs. And as has been stated on several occasions here today, our funding needs are greater than what we have the ability to fund. Below, we have just a hand-picked few items there in like organizational development. That is by no means the comprehensive list, and that's why you won't be able to add that up to the 8.9 million. But if you go over to the attachment B, which we will also look into more in depth later on today, and you can see the details behind what does make up the 8.9 million, as well as the other numbers there for fiscal stability, financial sustainability, organizational development, and also for disaster recovery and resilience. So right now on that list, there is $10,012,346 in asks, which is quite a bit of asks with our 4.4 million in available funding for one-time uses. Are there any questions?
Yeah, Tim, not so much on the slide, but the resolution makes a statement about that this would be funding. They use the term appropriations would increase to $353,295,000 for all funds as shown in attachment A entitled first quarter, attachment B funding needs, and attachment C. But I think as you're indicating here in this slide that all of those items in attachments A, B, and C would exceed the available funds. So I'm not quite sure how the resolution, what the resolution is referring to that is being funded versus what is not being funded on those lists.
In the case of attachment A is actually a net zero funding. So that is items that have already been funded or already have funding available from their internal funds. So it has no impact to the general fund. That's why it's kept separate from attachment B. In the case of attachment B, those are items that, as I said, we'll look at it later on today, and you guys can make those decisions as to which projects need to be funded. And those do impact the general fund, and that will impact that 4.4 million that we have set aside for the one-time carry forward. And in the case of attachment C, it is actually not a funding request. It is just a project approval request. So those items are already funded that are on that list. Should any of the items that are on attachment B end up being projects, they will need to be added to C in order to put them onto the fixed asset approval. And I'm hoping we can get a little bit of time this afternoon or this morning to go ahead and complete that. And then that way we can close this out today if that's possible.
Okay. Right. Well, it's getting close to 10:30, which would probably be a good time for a break. Does the executive office want to continue right now or take a break?
Chair Jurdy, if we could just finish the PowerPoint before the board takes a break. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to turn it back over to Assistant CEO Darcy Antle.
So if I may, through the chair, Assistant CEO Darcy Antle. So the next slide is your funding options. There are a number of projects that this board has committed to in first quarter, so we're suggesting that those be funded, along with the pretrial assessment, a site assessment for the pretrial location of which Chief Locatelli spoke of earlier, and then any other urgent infrastructure projects that Ms. Rao spoke of. And then we're also mentioning that the American Rescue funding to be set aside for core services, infrastructure projects, and emergency funding before considerations, and also to wait until the final guidelines are out. The next slide will be the CEO recommendations, and this might be a good spot to hold or take the break, and then we can come forward and we can bring up attachment B for you.
Okay. Any questions right now, or would this be a good time to take a break and come back to the attachment B? Okay, after a 10-minute break or so, we'll come back at 10:40.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
I think we're about ready to go to attachment B, which is really the page that has the decision points on the budget.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. Yes, I believe, Tim, there is attachment B. So you'll see in column G, those are the board obligated projects that have occurred over the last quarter. The one option that you do have is you had obligated $4 million to the jail expansion. You may want to consider funding that over a period of time. So you may want to consider $1 million there versus the 4 at this time. Those are a few of the considerations you have. Ms. Rao spoke about the need for those various CIP deferred maintenance programs that need to happen as urgent needs. Miriam, can you or Tim scroll down a little bit more? Yeah, so most of those are all that. And then at the bottom, you can see, to Supervisor McGordy's point earlier, we're suggesting 500,000 go back into the PG&E. So for the PG&E, the settlement came out with the 1.5 and the 960,000. At this time, we're recommending keeping the 960,000 into the PERM as we're reaching out for larger grants going forward. So we may need that for local match at this time. So at this time, the CEO recommendations would be to accept the first quarter report, approve the net zero on attachment A, approve the one-time carry forward in B for your discussion, approve first quarter assets, that's an attachment C, and then direct that the ARPA funds be designated to county core services and wait for any further distribution of those funds until the final guidelines are out early in 2022.
Thanks, Darcy. So I have a question maybe for you, for CEO Angelo, and for the board. When I look at these projects, some of them really kind of stand out as capital improvements that have a long lifespan and have big price tags as a result. So, for example, the jail expansion, which will be built in a few years from now, it will have a lifespan of many decades. And I would say that the roof replacement upgrade of the admin center, it won't fail in 5 or fewer years like maybe a computer might. It won't become obsolete in a few years. It'll have a long life. The Justice Center that the county and the state share in Fort Bragg, where the state provides the county with a 30% cost reimbursement for upgrades to that facility and for the maintenance of the building. you know, the heating system in that building is going to have a fairly long lifespan as well. And when I look at those projects that have such long lifespans and have such big price tags, I just wonder if it would make more sense rather than strictly following with a pay-as-you-go system where when we have the cash, we just pay for it with cash. On some of those items, some of these big ticket items with long lifespans, instead we would say, well, we'll pay for part of it with cash and the rest will be open to financing it over some time. A little bit like a mortgage, maybe shorter term than a mortgage. Maybe it's paid off over 5 years or 10 years. But again, the concept is you pay for part of it with cash, but you pay part of it with some sort of low interest financing or just payment method. You know, so those are my thoughts, and I kind of see all three of those as being equally critical. The jail must be built, but it won't be built for several years and a few more years. The roof replacement on Low Gap and the heating system at the Justice Center maybe need replacement really like yesterday, and they're in existing facilities. So I think it might even make sense to combine all three projects and say, here's the total amount in cash that's available for all three projects that we allocate now. And we'd ask the CEO's office to come back with finance, payment options to pay off the total costs over the next, 2 to 3 to 5 years. Those are my thoughts on that. Supervisor Williams.
Chair, thanks for those thoughts. I tend to agree. I would like to see us prioritize capital projects that will likely cost more if we delay, looking at where inflation may hit us the most. Let's try to cover those up front. I guess I'm curious about once this jail expansion is complete, there will be ongoing staffing expenses, as I understand, more than $1 million a year. Is that currently budgeted?
If I may, through the chair, Assistant CEO Darcy Antle, no, it is not.
And we have, as I understand, we have 370 open positions, which would represent $45 million per year in payroll expense. We can't even afford 10% of that. When does the board want to look at closing out most of those positions so that we have some say in what gets filled? For example, I would like to see our planning department fully staffed. It's a revenue generator. And they're working with ministerial permits. We have an obligation to fulfill our responsibilities there. I would like to choose which departments if we have to cut a lot of open positions, rather than just wait to see what applicants show up and let it organically unfold. Any thoughts from the board?
Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is again to reprioritize, because I think some of these positions have been on the books for a while, and with the help of our strategic plan, it should guide us a little bit in terms of how we make those sorts of decisions. So I agree with you on that. I also agree with Supervisor Jurdy on the big ticket capital improvement items that are presented here, of looking at a different way to fund them rather than to pay cash up front.
Chair Jurdy, could you clarify? I was going to move the recommended action. Would you prefer a different course?
Well, what I was thinking is we combined the $4 million for the jail expansion, but in that line item we have let's see how they refer to it as the Fort Bragg Justice Center HVAC / admin center roof. So it's all three projects in that $4 million line item, and then be directing the CEO's office to come back with funding options for to fund all three projects that we're providing the $4 million right now for all three projects.
Understood. So if we go this route of financing, and it may save the county money in that we lock in a lower rate, then wait till we can fully fund the project. Can we also agree to use the ARPA money exclusively for county expenditures? I'm afraid that, the PG&E money, it was appropriate to distribute it to other community partners. But, if we're talking about financing our county going forward, I don't think we can afford to hand out money to other organizations. I think we need to first focus on county services.
Well, speaking for myself, I would also support investing those funds in essential county infrastructure first. Supervisor Hatchak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. With the ARPA money, the intent was to help the community in this dealing with COVID and everything. And so I think that we've been given a kind of a little grace with using it to be able to support some of the county core functions. I certainly agree that we need to do that according to what our finances are. But I also think that if there's, we should be looking out for the community too. And I think there's a community health worker program that a lot of dedicated people are working on. I'd like to see that come forward. And so I don't want to use it exclusively for the county's infrastructure or whatever. Looking at this, some of these expenses here, so the jail expansion, what if we just funded it for $1 million right now and come back later, I don't know if we're going to save anything, putting all the money to it right now. I appreciate that comment, Chair Jurdy, about having a financial plan for these big infrastructure items. And I guess with a special need or a space needs assessment for 100,000, we spent that. I would like to know when that report is coming back and if there's a potential for cost savings with that. And also the 60,000 for known hazardous tree removal for Point Arena Vets Hall. That seems like a lot of money. I guess I'd like to know more about that. What's $60,000 getting us with that tree removal? I think PG&E could do it a lot cheaper.
Maybe Janelle or someone else from General Services could answer those questions.
Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director, and Doug Anderson can also chime in, who's also on here. The Point Arena trees were actually identified some time ago as being hazardous. We've recently had a tree fall in the area. These are very large trees. Doug can give you the tree count. This was declared an emergency because of the trees falling and the hazard it presents to our facility. They are immediately adjacent to the facility that is housed with the city of Point Arena. It has a sheriff's substation and also the South Coast Seniors. Doug, you may be able to give a little more detail on that, but the work has already commenced.
Yeah, Doug Anderson through the chair. Assistant facility manager. The board had previously approved $40,000 to look at and assess the trees that are there. There's a total of 27 dead and drying Monterey pines that are, as Janelle said, quite large. And last month we had one of them fall and escalated the issue to an emergency status. So we're looking at a total of 27 trees. The estimate from the contractor was just under $100,000, which is why we're asking for an additional 60 to supplement the 40 that's already been allocated.
Okay, and then the space needs assessment, how's that proceeding?
And again, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director, we are in the final stages of a contract with an architect. We will be rolling that out over the next several months. We anticipate coming back to the board with the results of not just the space needs assessment, but also the facility condition analysis. In reviewing what this board has committed to as far as funding facilities approach this from the most efficient and effective use of the architect's time. So we will be focusing on the space needs as a first phase of that, with a report coming to the board. Again, Doug can speak more to it. We're in the final stages of a scope of work that includes all the county's owned real property and leased, where it's appropriate. So we are at the final stages of that, hoping to get a report to the board here shortly.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I support funding for community needs as well, but I see the number one community need is to have a functioning county government. And I just see a gaping hole. And the idea of kicking expenses down the road, I don't understand that. We know the jail will need $4 million. Deciding to fund it $1 million now and we'll find the other 3 later. I don't think that's a good financial plan. I think it's masking our problem. And it's setting up the board next year or years out, or a different board, to pick up the pieces of our financial decision making. So I would rather we focus that ARPA money on county first. And frankly, I don't think there's any left. If you bring in our director of transportation, I think he'll tell you the roads needs assessment for the next 10 years highlighted $698 million. And we spend about $5.8 million a year. And, we've talked about maybe we could do some sort of tax. I don't think a parcel tax or a sales tax would pass in Mendocino County at this point. But even if we did, it wouldn't raise nearly enough. And so you look at the long-term trajectory of roads in Mendocino County, some of our roads will likely need to revert to gravel. So I look at this through the lens of our budget is on fire, and that ARPA money is some water we can throw on the fire. It's not enough, but it'll help contain it. And the reason I bring it up now is I don't want to give the public a false sense that the board is sitting on money and we're going to, like we did with the PG&E, entertain well-intentioned, valuable projects. We have a gaping hole in our budget.
Janelle, did you have something else you wanted to add?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Janelle Rao, General Services Director. Just to speak to the jail expansion project, in conferring with our project team here and Doug Anderson, I believe the timeline is to go out to bid by June of 2022. So we would need funding commitment before that time. So, and that's just to clarify that prior to going out to bid, we would need it, depending on, again, the projected cost of the project at that time, we would need full commitment. To speak also just to what Supervisor Williams was referring to, in addition to these projects we're bringing before you, you have a 5-year CIP that's nearly $400 million, and included in that is a partial assessment of roads. So from a CIP perspective and your capitalized project needs, we're bringing forward to you those that are literally on fire or failing. But you have a commitment of nearly $400 million in a capital improvement plan as it sits right now. Thank you.
So just I'm gonna go to public comment, but just a reminder that right now, what is in the proposed, what's in the attachment B as presented is $4 million for the jail expansion, and nothing for the roof on the admin center, and nothing for the HVAC system that's failing at the Fort Bragg Justice Center. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
We do not.
Supervisor McCordy.
Well, I support your idea of capital improvement fund for spending over time, essentially, of not paying everything up front, because we have to do some capital rationing. We have to try to adjust for a lot of needs and use our money as to tackle the things that are super critical right away. And bottom line, we don't really have enough money to do everything. I also support the idea that we probably should use our ARPA funds on us because it's really critical that the county is as functional and also in as good shape as possible in terms of facilities, and that there is deferred maintenance. So I don't want to let things get worse.
Janelle, did you have something else you wanted to add?
I'm sorry, Janelle Rao, General Services. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that the Fort Bragg Justice Center HVAC replacement, we're obligated by the joint occupancy agreement with the courts to maintain the building. That particular system right now is in a failure mode. So as Supervisor Jurdy has mentioned, he's been working very closely with General Services staff on an energy assessment of our county facilities. That particular system and building was identified as the one with the most opportunity, if that. So the worst of the failing systems that we have. So I just wanted to note that even if we had a partial funding in order to start the design phases of that, the objective is to replace it with a more efficient, perhaps ductless system, and get out of this antiquated boiler and chiller system. So I just felt that I needed to mention that as well. Thank you.
Supervisor McGordy.
The question for Janelle, 400,000, that must be a really mongo system. How big is the building? Because I'm not familiar with it.
Square footage, Dan and Doug can help me out. It is one of our larger facilities. It houses both the Fort Bragg Police Department, the 10-mile court, and I believe it also has Sheriff's Office personnel in it. Square footage, Dan, Doug?
Doug Anderson, Assistant Facility Manager through the chair. The total square footage is just over 12,000 square feet. The cost is really, is a preliminary estimate at this point, but it's looking at replacing essentially the entire system with a new all-electric heat pump system, as we've been directed by the board to pursue as much as possible in new installations. So that we're following board direction that was provided as we went into the jail project and other discussions, so that we're moving toward the newer technology as we go into these replacement projects.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Well, it just seems like with the Fort Bragg Justice Center, then we need to commit some money to it. We don't have much of a choice, right? So I guess what do we need to commit to it to get this project going?
If I might, through the chair, again, the project estimates in totality are 400,000, and again, it's going to be a very cumbersome replacement project, because the way it's so antiquated that bringing it up to what you would call a modernized system is going to require a complete replacement of the duct system that's in there. So 400,000 is the project estimate. A minimum of 50,000 to start the design, but we're going to be coming back then for funding prior to going out to bid, because by law I can't go out to bid unless I have secured funding. The goal is to get ahead of failure. If it fails, you're going to have a building without heat or cooling. And in Fort Bragg, cooling, we've talked about this a lot with Supervisor Jurdy. Cooling isn't so much as a concern, but you will have no heating system for the entire 12,000 square foot building.
So we need to put 50,000 in there at least.
At a minimum.
So can we do that? Do we have agreement that needs to happen?
Well, what is the 50,000 based on? Is that a milestone on the project? Can you begin for 50, or will this 50 be set aside until we throw 350 more in the pot?
Doug Anderson, Assistant Facility Manager to the board. I would like, or to the chair, I'd like to suggest that the 50,000 would get us through most, if not all, of the design phase, so that we would be in a position to go out to bid.
Then agreed.
Assistant CEO Darcy Antle. Tim, can you scroll down so we can see the total? Okay, so for clarification, Chair Jurdy, were you thinking of taking the complete 4 million out? Right now we have 1 million in, but you wanted the 4 million for the jail, 2.5, and possibly the remainder of the 350 to be considered for funding. Is that correct? Financing?
So what I was suggesting is committing the 4 million that was in the proposed budget, but for all three projects, and then having the CO's office come back with a plan as soon as possible to look at phasing the rest of the funding for all three projects. And it could be that some of that is funded through some sort of financing mechanism or payment from future expected funds, whether it be ARPA or some other funding source. But I'm just a little bit uneasy about seeing two projects sit unfunded because it takes time to design these projects and move ahead with them.
So perhaps Ms. Rao could speak to the admin center roof and how much they would need for that. I don't know the timing and the placement of the admin roof.
Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. I'll defer to Doug on timing. I believe I'll defer to him. I don't want to misspeak.
Doug Anderson, Assistant Facility Manager, through the chair. The admin center roof project was phase 3 was is already designed in large measure as we designed phase 2 and 3 together and split it up for the funding that we had available at that time. So if we were to proceed, we could proceed to bid reasonably quickly, though there is, there's quite a bit of work on our plate to prioritize, the other things that are going on this spring. But that is funding that, the work is done to design it, so we're not having to go through a design phase on that. The 2.5 million is a projection based on the phase 2, which was a slightly smaller roof area that we completed for just over 1.9 million.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO, if I may. So if I understand Mr. Anderson, I believe we have time to check into financing as all preliminary work has been done on this particular project, and it just needs to go out to bid. Is that correct, Doug?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so I think that's helpful information. So I just hope that if we pass a motion today that we include direction staff to look at financing of all three projects, because they do have a lifespan of well over 10 years. Supervisor McGordy?
Would you like a motion for that?
Yeah, I would.
So I'd make a motion to include the three projects that we've discussed, which is the administrative center roof, the jail addition, and the heating and cooling system for Fort Bragg as a separate, or investigate funding on it over time rather than as a single capital allotment.
I'll second that.
And I want to ask for clarification. We started the meeting with the jail expansion budget at 4 million. The chart that's on the screen anyway right now shows 1 million. I just want to make sure everybody is agreeing on what is the allocation in the approved attachment B. So I guess first go to staff. What's staff's understanding of what the board's seeing here and what the board is adopting?
Yeah, Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. My understanding is 1 million. You wanted some, you can change that amount. If you don't want any, and you want us to take that full thing out to finance, we certainly can do that at the direction of this board. At this time, I don't believe that not funding it right now would hold up anything on that project, but I would ask Mr. Anderson for clarification.
Doug Anderson, Assistant Facility Manager, through the chair. The project for the Fort Bragg Justice Center would need to be created with some funding at this time so that we can proceed through into design. The roof project would only need funding when we've identified the funding source and we're approved to move forward. The jail expansion, we do need to do some research with the way the Department of Finance requirements are for how that funding is there. So we would need to go back and make sure that we understand what the requirements and standards are by the Department of Finance so that they can approve the project. We would need to commit to the funding that's required to go to bid, and I'm not sure what those minimum requirements are.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy.
I'm sorry, I'm finished.
Supervisor Williams. Your mic is muted.
I can support the motion, but a related question. I understand planning and building is trying to staff up the coast office, which is great. And I think there isn't much space there because other services have moved in. What is the facilities plan to ensure that we have adequate space for planning and building to operate as staffing has been planned?
I can, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. I've been working with Assistant CEO Darcy Antle on this with program staff. There is space that has been identified within the Avila Center that would, I believe, accommodate the existing, I believe it's WIC staff that are in the First Street building that's occupied by Planning Building Services. Ms. Antle may have further information to clarify on that, but we did do an assessment and had a plan for this in the works.
And I don't see a line item, so it's safe to assume those expenses are already covered?
It would be no cost.
Yeah.
Okay, for clarification, did we have a motion and a second? And did the makers of the motion confirm with the attachment B as presented on our screen right now?
Yes.
I believe so. So, well, I'm just a little confused. Did we say that we were going to put $1 million into the jail expansion and some money into HVAC in Fort Bragg for?
That's what that's what the screen's showing right now. So that's the current allotments in this on the chart. And so if someone wants to change it, they would change it now. But as I understand, this would be enough for staff to proceed and come back with a financing plan for all three projects.
So the overall financing plan would be for the $3 million that's not covered with jail expansion, $350,000 for the Fort Bragg Justice Center, and the $2.5 million for the roof.
That would cover all three items that I was suggesting. Yeah.
Right.
Yes, that's what I agree to.
Okay. So that, I guess that for clarification, that's the motion. Does staff need any other clarification for the motion?
This is Atlas Person, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Can I get a clear restatement of the motion for the record?
So the motion is to take the capital improvement projects, including $3 million for jail expansion, $350,000 for the Fort Bragg Justice Center, and $2.5 million for the administration center roof, and look at alternative financing over time for those.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. Just for further clarification, are you also accepting first quarter 21-22 and the attachments with the new updated attachment B that's on the screen?
In my motion, I was just looking at the capital improvement projects. I think that's a separate motion.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. We would need, if you make two motions, that's fine. We do need a motion to accept the first quarter report with the adjustments.
Yeah, I'm just looking to the makers of the motion. I think I'm looking at the resolution that's attached, and I think you'd be adopting the resolution with the amendment as described in the meeting.
That's right, Chair Jurdy.
Right. So if I could chime in, that that's what we want to do, and that would incorporate those that financing plan that we've talked about. So Supervisor McGorty, are you all right with that, making that a comprehensive motion?
Yes, I'm willing to also accept the last quarter report, or first quarter report and adjustments, and as indicated by attachment B, as well as a separate funding for capital improvement projects identified.
And I'll second that.
Any other questions or comments? Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Chair Jurdy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it also possible to capture direction to staff to focus the ARPA funds on county expenditures and maybe debt as it may be under this plan?
Well, if that's a motion, then you get the motion on the table.
Yeah, okay. I move that we direct staff to focus the ARPA funds on current county expenses and repaying any financing debt incurred in the capital plans discussed today.
I'll second that.
Any discussion on the motion? Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Okay, we're actually a little bit ahead of schedule for today. Was there any other item on, did this conclude this item?
This concludes this item, but it looks like this morning we did skip over item 6B. Staff would like to go to that item now.
Sure, go ahead. So 6B is from Supervisor Williams, which is proposal for an ad hoc committee on a balanced approach to regulating vacation rentals. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think the Airbnb phenomenon is becoming more of a pronounced problem throughout the county, especially on the coast. And I see the need for the county to reevaluate how it regulates short-term and vacation units in residential neighborhoods. We don't need to get into details today. This was just to form an ad hoc to look at the issue and bring back facts and options to the full board. But I want to state my preference is to not infringe on the rights of folks in their primary residence, meaning if they have an outbuilding that's underutilized, say their kids use it some of the time so they can't rent it long-term, they bring in revenue that other periods in the year. I don't want to step on their rights, but I think out companies, for example, a corporation in Santa Rosa buying up housing stock in our county for the sole purpose of creating quasi hotels is a real risk to community. We're having a hard time finding housing, especially for people who provide core services, medical services, for example. I understand it's difficult for our Coast Hospital and probably all 3 hospitals to attract out of area talent, because when that talent sees there's a housing shortage, they take jobs elsewhere. So I'd like to bring back options and look at how we can better balance the rights of individuals and the rights of community. And I'm looking for another supervisor to serve with me. And
Thanks.
And before we discuss, if any supervisors have vacation rentals, probably they should think about their involvement in this, the formation of the committee and the subsequent vote.
Supervisor McGordy.
So we do have a short-term rental license for our property, which we've had for 10 years. Presently, it's not in use. But my question to you was, how many properties are we talking about here? Percentage of the available housing for rental in Fort Bragg does it make up? Or I should say the coastal area.
Well, I would say the whole county. I mean, I have a lot of concern coming from Anderson Valley. It's not just the coast. I actually don't believe that it's enough that if we were to outlaw it, we would solve our housing problem. I think it'll take a deeper understanding of the housing problem. But my view is the modern cost of building is misaligned with market wages in our county, and you won't see rental units constructed when investors see a loss on their investment. You build a house and you can't recoup your costs over the next several decades. It's not a desirable investment. And I think we see a baby boomer retirement sending people with a lot of cash, for example, from the Bay Area, sell a tract house, 2-bedroom tract house for a couple $1 million, come to Mendocino, and the difference between 500 and 700,000 is noise. And RCRC had a month ago had a economist from Bozeman, Montana, presenting on this, who had studied housing in rural California counties and noted that maybe for the first time, housing is detached from local wages. So I don't see the board banning all vacation rentals as solving the housing problem, but I do think we have an obligation to look at it and ensure that we don't continue a progression of residential neighborhoods turning into hotels. And besides the housing availability element of this, I think people who choose to live in a residential neighborhood deserve it to be a residential neighborhood. And imagine all of a sudden you have people coming and going on either side of you. It's no longer a residential. It's a visitor serving. So I think the board, this is a contentious issue. We took on a contentious issue yesterday, and I know it'll be heated in a number of directions, but I think we need to step up and consider the options and try to find a balanced approach.
No, I think you're right. And I think that there's some collateral issues on this too, such as noise. And this is something I was not aware of, that we don't really have a noise ordinance for Mendocino County. And I think that that's an issue, because I get complaints about people partying late into the night. And, again, if you move into a particular area with an expectation of quietness and serenity, and then having to sacrifice that for somebody who doesn't even live in the area on a full-time basis, seems problematic to me.
So besides bringing options back, I envision this ad hoc presenting data on the trend, where we have these units plotted out on a map, give the board some more visibility into where we are and where we think it's going.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So Chair Jurdy and I are on an ad hoc on housing, and I think that some useful information that the ad hoc on this short-term rental could bring back is what is the income, the TOT that we're bringing into the county with that, and looking at those kind of factors, because I think that it's part of the housing equation. It might not solve all of our problems, but certainly, if there were an increase to short-term rental TOT for residential areas, residential units, that might provide some income that we could use to create some housing.
Thank you for that, Supervisor Hashak. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to say that I'm willing to serve on this ad hoc with Supervisor Williams, unless you're interested, because I know that inland we do have fewer vacation rentals, but we do have them.
I would like to serve on it. I think the impacts have been, at least so far, most significant on the coast. And I think in particular on the city of Fort Bragg, because what I've seen over the last couple decades is, as there have been more and more housing units converted to vacation rentals on the coast, and the city of Fort Bragg has, since the early 1990s, banned new vacation rentals in residentially zoned neighborhoods. You find that people are relocating into city limits because and competing for fewer and fewer available rental units in the city. And so it's escalating. That's one of the contributing factors to escalating the rental prices on the coast, is the loss of rentals or just home options to buy a home on the coast that's occurred outside of the Fort Bragg city limits. So I would like to be on the ad hoc with Supervisor Williams.
I'll make a motion to appoint Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Jurdy to vacation rental ad hoc.
Second.
Okay, do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
We do. First on the line is Anna Marie Weeble, followed by Johanna Jensen and John Gorman. Anna Marie is no longer on the line. We'll be moving on to Johanna Jensen.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I am just calling in to say that I very much support this, creating this ad hoc committee, and not only creating it, but to move quickly. I am a resident of Fort Bragg, former business owner, and a member of the volunteer committee, does housing advocacy called the Housing Action Team. And we have recently completed a survey where we asked employers and employees to let us know what the most pressing issues are. And from the employee survey, a full quarter of them said that they are impacted by short-term vacation rentals. And then we also had a number of people write in their comments. And if you've done surveys before, you know how hard it is to get anybody to actually write in a comment. Usually they just want to answer the questions. And it was quite startling to see how many of them list the issues with vacation rentals is a problem for them. And some of the stories that they were talking about were they were heartbreaking, because things like, I'll just do some excerpts of what they said. Vacation homes are destroying our community. My employer has enormous difficulties employing and retaining employees because of the lack of housing and vacation rentals. They're not contributing any skills or benefit anybody. And the bed tax collected is only diverted from the established lodging industry. Let's see what else they said. The number of vacation rentals on the coast is absolutely disgusting. People moving here from the Bay Area are driving prices up, and local greedy landlords and homeowners are cashing out, displacing local service workers, including medical and first responder. Community is being destroyed, and local government is turning a blind eye. Maybe because they got theirs and they're out of touch with the residents who have and will continue to struggle. I don't believe you're out of touch. That's their comment, but I really applaud you for taking on this controversial issue and hope that you will do it.
Next on the line is Ron Edwards.
Thank you, Board. I hope that when you are looking at this, that there is some way to separate out corporate or venture capital companies that are buying up vacation rentals as opposed to just a family that is wanting to expand their own portfolio. I don't know how you would really look at that, but I would hope that that would be one of the issues that you would be addressing. Thank you.
That concludes public comment. Moving on to voicemails. We have 2 voicemails for this item.
Patrick Hickey, item 6B. Dear Chair Jurdy, members of the board, CEO Angelo, and County Counsel Curtis, my name is Patrick Hickey, and I'm calling on behalf of the Executive Board of the Mendocino County Chapter of SEIU 1021 to speak in favor of item 6B, the establishment of an ad hoc committee to look into creating a short-term rental policy. Over the past few years, you've heard from a broad range of residents and employers that Mendocino County is suffering from a serious housing shortage. The continued conversion of single-family homes to vacation rentals only exacerbates this problem. County government itself is being hamstrung by the housing shortage, losing qualified recruits who cannot find anywhere to live in the county. We request that the ad hoc committee engage with community members, particularly on the coast, and craft an ordinance to address the problem of our limited housing stock being whittled away by investors turning housing into rental units for tourists. Mendocino has a strong tourist economy because of its natural beauty, but lodging is best handled by the commercial market, not by depleting neighborhoods of homes we need for our residents. We call on the Board of Supervisors to institute another temporary moratorium on conversions to short-term vacation rentals while the ad hoc does its work. The board can draw a clear distinction between homeowners who rent out a bedroom or two from those seeking to convert single-family homes to short-term rentals. The accessory use regulations under the county code already allow for this. This is just one piece of the puzzle of keeping and expanding sufficient housing for Mendocino County residents, but it's an essential one. Before we can start adding to our housing stock, we need to stop homes being taken out of the market. Thank you very much.
And we have one more voicemail.
Yes, this is John Gorman. I'm commenting on item number 6B, the discussion and possible action of formation of an ad hoc committee to explore balanced short-term rental policy for business licenses. I'm calling neither to support or be in opposition to this. I think it's a good measure to form a committee to look at it more thoroughly. But it's very important to also note that to distinguish between the businesses that are set up with multiple Airbnbs, multiple short-term rentals on single-family houses on the Mendocino coast, versus a single a person, single entity that has one. I think that the majority of there's a huge tax base for the county to also, you don't want to kill the golden goose here, and some balanced policy rather than just screaming, deny all short-term rentals is a balanced approach that's very much needed. Just for the board's own information, I'm also in contact with the California Coastal Commission regarding the ADU laws that now, as written, would ban all short-term rentals on the entire property if you build an ADU, which is contrary to the law that was signed by the governor and contrary to state law. So something that the board is going to have to look at as well, as far as restricting short-term rentals on any property that builds an ADU. Local housing is very much needed in the county, especially on the Mendocino coast, and restricting that in any form or fashion is contrary towards assisting us locals. Thank you very much.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, we've got a motion on the table. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Jurdy,
Yes.
and Supervisor McGorty.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. I think we can get to at least one more item before lunch break. I think we may have a legislative update. Is CEO's office ready to go to the legislative update?
Chair Jurdy, I will see if Deputy CEO Judy Morris is available for that. We could start with the CEO report and then go to the ledge update. We also have, we are available to do the Hopkins fire update, which is 5F right now. So I don't, do you know if Deputy CEO is coming on? If it's okay, Chair Jurdy, I'll go ahead and start with the CEO report.
Okay, let's have that.
Great, thank you. Okay, so the CEO report continues to give the board information about workforce development, and you can see on the first page there is a tremendous amount of training happening. We know that this is necessary, particularly as we continue to hire new employees and employees that don't have experience in county government. So you can see all of the skill sets that we are looking at and as part of our leadership courses for our staff. Page 2 is employee recognition program, which we continue to do. Of course, we want to motivate our employees and we want to reward them for their good work. And you can see that program right there, and peer-to-peer recognition resources. On page 3, I am really pleased to talk about our clerk, Atlas Pearson, and he was actually in the Granicus Clerk Spotlight over the last month, and there's a short video, an article and a video that Atlas did. And the reason that Atlas was chosen for the Granicus Spotlight is because all of the good work that he's done with Granicus. So I'm really pleased and very proud, as I'm sure you are, of Atlas Pearson, our clerk, and all the good work and the fact that he was actually recognized and appreciated by Granicus for his innovation. The next item, of course, we have an attachment from the information services, and then the directives are attached, and we have a legislative update that will be coming soon. If you look at page 4, the agriculture update, which the Ag Department gave us, which is quite in depth, but the report does say that the 2020 crop report was completed and will be presented to the Board of Supervisors in the near future. And I remember a time, Chair Jurdy, you may as well. The other board members are in their first term, so they aren't aware of this, but there was a time when these crop reports were not being done regularly. The crop reports are critical. One, the ag community uses the crop reports. We obviously get information from them for the crop reports, and then the crop reports are also used for funding. So over the last few years, the crop reports have been done in a timely manner, and so I'm pleased to say that the 2020 crop report is completed and will be presented to the board in the near future. The next page, code enforcement update, and there is an update attached to this report, and we can see that in a bit. And then, of course, facilities and fleet, behavioral health, and social services. Cultural services update on the next page. On page 6, you can see all the activity. I have to say we have a very robust library system, and we have a museum that's up and coming these days, so we're very pleased with that. And you can see on page 7, the museum, our Cultural Services Agency Director has done some work and actually worked with the community on this bombing of Judy Berry's car exhibit and a book discussion. And apparently that Timber Wars was led by Director Deborah Fader. So she has really jumped in and has tried to move toward a more community process with our Cultural Services Agency. We're very pleased with that. The next page, page 8, Animal Services, definitely gave us their report on the status of their dogs and cats, and you can see that. And then, of course, page 9, upcoming meetings. It's very hard to believe that we are approaching the end of the calendar year. And so after today, of course, we have the Thanksgiving holiday, and the county is closed the 25th and the 26th. And as we have done historically over the last few years, departments are free to close for half a day before the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. So it's possible that some of our offices will be closed Wednesday at noon on November 24th. And then, of course, we have the county holiday in December. And so the meetings that we have left this year are December 7th and December 14th. Those meetings are packed. Those agendas are packed. Right now, those agendas are 12-hour agendas. And so we are working to look at what items could be moved to January and what items are critical to complete this year. So quite a challenge. The board has been extremely active and busy in spite of COVID and the Zoom meetings, and it shows by the meetings that we're having and all the activities that this board is doing. Attached to this report, you have the standard vacancy and recruitment update, the position justification table, information services, our directives, legislative and policy update, code enforcement, and facilities, behavioral health, and social services. So with that, I think the last thing I would like to say is I'm very, very proud of our county finance team, and I hope that this board is as well. I think that they have done great work under the leadership of Assistant CEO Darcy Antle. She has pulled together a really good team, and that is a team that could carry this county into the future as I go out the door. So I hope the board is as appreciative of the work that's been done. I think one of the key areas that certainly Chair Jurdy discussed this morning when we did the first quarter budget update is the department that is under Assistant CEO, the unit actually in the budget unit around grant writing. And they have done a tremendous job. And again, we say this whenever we talk about this, but the disasters continue. So we have been managing grants, accessing money, putting money out into the community, and then also infrastructure since 2017. And while we are continuing in this county to recover from 2017, the work hasn't stopped for the county finance team. So thank you, and I just want to say that I see some really good work here, and I hope that the board is appreciative of that as well. And Chair Jurdy, if it's okay, we will go to Deputy CEO Judy Morris for the legislative update, unless there are any questions for me.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, a quick question. Hearing that those meetings are both 12 hours, is there any potential to cut presentations? And you just expect supervisors to read the material and come ready to discuss and vote? Because I know I love presentations, but I know we spend a lot of time going through PowerPoint that we could probably do our own study in advance.
So through the chair, Lindsay Doherty and I have been looking at these schedules, and we're trying to break down the time. So we certainly will look at that, Supervisor Williams.
Supervisor
There's
Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jordy. CEO Angelo, do you have an update on the Crisis Residential Treatment Center and the PUF feasibility study going on?
I do not have an update, but I can get you an update by the end of the day. So I will ask our behavioral health director, Janine Miller, for an update. And also, given that we're talking about the building, I'll see if we have anything from facilities. So if it's okay, Chair Jordy, after lunch, I will have an update from Janine Miller, from Dr. Miller.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So for the minutes, we'll be going back to the CEO report to finish that update. Do we have any public comment on the CEO report?
We do. On the line is Ron Edwards.
Thank you. I have no comments at this time.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, then if Judy's there, we'll go to the legislative update.
Thank you, Chair Jordy, and good morning. It's morning still, board members. A little different take on our legislation update today. We're going to look at the federal side of what just was passed bipartisan with the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and was signed by the president yesterday. So it has become law. And it will generate quite a bit of funding for California and even rural areas, and on some of the topics all of you had spoken about in the last couple of board meetings. I'll just hit the highlights. There's a lot in it. Of course, something important to rural counties, it did extend the Secure Rural Schools Act for another 3 years. If you recall, that is a funding mechanism that supports roads and schools. We will look at a lot of broadband money coming down. The overall budget for this act was $1.2 trillion. $65 billion will go to broadband infrastructure. That's in addition to what the state has provided earlier this fall. We also will look at about $2 million for tribal broadband community projects. There's a lot of money going into roads and bridges, federal roads and bridges, I should say. Money will still come through the state in addition to through the federal aid highway program. We're looking at additional money on climate change, and also building a network of EV chargers to facilitate long distance travel and provide charging options. Of course, broadband was very big in this bill, and looking to connect a lot of the areas within the country that have not had broadband. I think the COVID pandemic really highlighted the needs, especially in rural counties, for students and employees, and how to manage those efforts both at school and work without broadband. And this new Job Act bill tries to help achieve a little bit closer in that gap. Again, as I mentioned about climate change and cyber attacks, money to help fortify our infrastructure overall, both in climate change episodes in terms of wildfires, flooding. More infrastructure will go, money will go into infrastructure for those efforts. And then, of course, deliver clean drinking water is the goal of this act for Americans throughout the country, and to continue to decrease the lead service lines and pipes. That is still an issue. Money for improving of airports. And lastly, and these are just some of the highlights I wanted to bring to your attention. Also, Senator Padilla has introduced some legislations to reform the federal wildfire disaster response, introduced 2 bills to redesign the federal government's response to wildfires and produce some equity in its response to natural disasters. The Fire Act would make changes in the Stafford Act that governs FEMA. We know sometimes FEMA looks at wildfires a little differently than hurricanes and flooding. This includes directing FEMA to pre-deploy assets during times of high risk, red flag warnings, and improving relocation assistance. Also within that is the Disaster Equity and Fairness Act, would ensure that FEMA's disaster preparedness and response efforts fully address the needs of underserved communities, emergency food and water needs following a disaster. So those are some of the highlights on the federal level. And just a reminder to both the board and the public, we will be bringing to the General Government Committee a draft legislative platform in December, on December 13th, actually, and then bring back to the board for discussion and or approval in January. With that, I will take any questions. Nope.
Okay, not seeing any, Judy, but we will all be reading up on the new federal infrastructure bill.
I will send you that bill. It's pretty lengthy, and in case you need something else to read, but I'll send that to all of you.
Thanks. Do we have any public comment on the legislative update?
We have one public comment. First on the line is Ron Edwards. Ron, you can unmute when you're ready. Ron has left the meeting, so that concludes public comment.
Okay, it's almost noon. We'll go next into closed session, working lunch, and we'll be back at 1:30.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives. Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
Some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
when we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed,
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
so it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं. या ये all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
when we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed,
when schools closed and children had to shelter in place,
and when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone,
especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible,
to save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं. या ये है all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
Or sound alike, but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं. या ये है all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
when we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed,
when schools closed and children had to shelter in place,
and when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone,
especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible,
to save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
quick report out of closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the board met with respect to items 9B, 9C, 9D, and took no action reportable at this time.
I think the next thing on our agenda, hopefully that's ready, is item 5D, discussion possible action, including approval of the Fifth Amendment to the agreement with NAPCare. This is being sponsored by the Sheriff's Office.
Bear with us, we are bringing them into the room. It just takes a minute to convert everybody over.
Hello. Hello, this is the Sheriff's item, which is a contract amendment with NAPCare.
Brad, are you on? Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you want me to start, or am I waiting for anything?
You could go ahead. I thought maybe the Sheriff's Office was going to introduce the item, but go ahead.
Great. Well, I really appreciate the opportunity to meet all of you virtually. We have a short presentation. I have with me Suzanne Moore, our Chief Operating Officer, and Amber Simpler, who's our Chief Psychologist, to talk to you about our clinical operations as well as the mental health operations at the jail facility. We have a slide presentation if there's a way to pull it up. I don't know how we can do that.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Was this PowerPoint provided to Clerk of the Board in advance of the meeting?
It was. It was attached to the agenda, so you had it in advance.
I can share it as well. I don't know if you all can see what I have on the screen, so yeah. I'm happy to share, or if you all would like to.
We're seeing your screen, yes.
Perfect. Okay, we can proceed with that then.
Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so previously I believe this item was on the consent calendar, and board direction was for the sheriff/jail staff to provide a written report of how the contract has gone to date, and the same from our behavioral health. I don't see either of those attached. I'm curious, does this presentation, does this represent the sheriff or the sheriff and behavioral health? Or is this just NAFCare? Who is this on behalf of, what we're about to see?
Through the chair, if I might speak under Sheriff Brewster.
Yeah.
And this is through the sheriff's office to bring to you the work product of NAFCare, so the board can understand the duties and responsibilities and the data of what they've done through the year.
Got it. I appreciate that. And does this also represent behavioral health, or will that be separate?
I cannot speak to that.
Yeah, I can pipe up and speak to that. And I'm Brad McLean, CEO of NAFCare. And we will give you just a quick overview. We have about 5 slides to cover that will cover mental health, including the jail-based competency services that we're providing.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Sounds great. I just want to be clear, from our Dr. Miller's perspective, does this also represent her department's take on the contract?
Supervisor Williams, this is Dr. Janine Miller, Behavioral Health Director. And no, because this is not our contract, and this is solely NAFCare and the Sheriff's Office, this is their contract. I'm happy to provide what we know from behavioral health and any information we have from what we've worked with NAFCare on, but we really don't
have any oversight of their contract from the mental health side.
Okay, proceed with the presentation. Thanks.
Excellent. Well, again, we appreciate the opportunity to be with all of you today. As you're aware, NavCare won a competitive bid process back in 2017 to provide correctional health care services at your facility. We have had a great 4-year partnership with the Mendocino County Sheriff's Department. We're proud of the accomplishments that we've made together and wanted to just give you a very brief overview of what we've accomplished in that time. We are very much interested in continuing that partnership. We appreciate your consideration of the proposal to renew the contract for an additional year. At NavCare, our mission is to improve and save lives in corrections through innovation and excellence. And the only way we can achieve that mission is through partnerships with our local government partners. So we have really valued that partnership. We appreciate the contributions you've made to helping us achieve our mission in Mendocino County. With that, I'll ask Suzanne Moore to speak more to some of the accomplishments that we've achieved at your facility.
Thanks, Brad. Thanks, everyone. I'm Suzanne Moore, Chief Operating Officer for NavCare, and have on the slide in front of you quite a number of statistics. I know it's rather a busy slide. These statistics represent just under a year of data, so January through November of 2021. And it really just outlines some of the ways that we provide care in your facility. So as Brad said, we've been in place since 2017. In early 2020, we achieved the initial NCCHC accreditation. And then over the course of this last year, we've, as you can see, performed a great deal of on-site care. The goal of that always being to try to decrease as much need for off-site care as possible. So I think one of the more telling statistics are the number of detox screenings we've completed over the last 11 months, over 7,000 detox screenings, which is very important to catch those patients who may be high risk for withdrawal or potentially bad outcomes. We've had over 2,000 mental health professional encounters with patients, over 687 medical provider encounters, and I won't go through all of these, but as you can see, a very high number of total medications administered. And then, all of that represents the on-site care that is provided by the team of healthcare professionals there on site. In addition to that, in the left-hand corner, you'll see Stat Care, which is a service that we do not charge Mendocino County for at all. That's an additional service that we provide that is 24/7 corporate support provided by nurse practitioners licensed in California. So these nurse practitioners are really monitoring the patients and the care. They're starting initial medications when those need to be started very urgently. They're verifying medications and just providing a great deal of quality assurance support at no extra charge that we just think is very important to making sure the patients are cared for and nothing falls through the cracks. Going to our next slide, we wanted to share a little bit about our success with COVID-19, which has truly been a collaborative effort with the staff, all of your staff there at the facility, the Sheriff's Office staff, and our staff working together in what has been a really difficult, last couple of years with the pandemic. We're excited that we've made some good strides in vaccinating the population. It's difficult to have the patients long enough to get them fully vaccinated, but we are certainly trying to at least get them that first shot while they're in the facility before they move into the community, and we've been really successful with that. We've even been successful with using some of the vaccines that were going to expire due to a refrigerator being broken down to be able to give those to sheriff staff as well. So we really have tried to just pitch in wherever we can and help and be of service during this pandemic. With regard to mental health, I would like to introduce Dr. Simpler, who is really in charge of our jail-based restoration to competency programs and our mental health departments.
Thank you, Suzanne, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today about our efforts for mental health services within the Mendocino County Jail. I think one important thing to kind of put up front is what mental health care must look like in a jail setting. We often parallel it to an ER visit. It has to be identifying crises, responding emergently, and really stabilizing individuals as they're walking through the door. And we do that through a collective process of screening at the point of walking into the facility. We're always looking for a risk of harm to self, risk of harm to others, and who needs to stabilize on medications quickly. What we know is that about a third of the population entering into the jail requires stabilization through psychotropic medications. And we're able to do that with our on-site staff as well as the stat care program that Suzanne mentioned. We are connecting individuals to quality advanced psychiatry providers, advanced psychiatric nurse practitioners, as well as making routine visits with our patients within the facility to make sure that while they're with us, they remain safe and they remain stable. Beyond that, we're also looking to the next step and looking to those people who will be discharging back into the community. We have a weekly collaborative partnership meeting where we talk to community stakeholders and try to connect individuals to services and prepare for reentry and successful transition back to the community. We also have a weekly meeting within the facility to identify those who are high risk and high needs and make sure that we're managing their care appropriately. We've also been involved in the larger county's efforts at their Stepping Up initiative. And really what we're looking at is a diversion model, being able to divert people away from the criminal justice system when possible, and how we can coordinate care and move them through the system in the hopes of reducing recidivism in the long run. So we do a lot of initial triaging, acute care, and then we also proactively plan for those next steps so that people can safely reenter your community.
We're jumping around a little bit. I apologize. So going to the medication-assisted treatment program. So that's a program that is really so important. We've worked very hard to develop MAP programs in almost all of our facilities across the nation. And here at Mendocino, it's really kind of a three-pronged approach. So we want to first continue patients who are already on a medication-assisted treatment in the community. We want to continue those patients in their treatment once they enter the facility. And we have done that successfully. At times, we also want to initiate treatment for patients who come in addicted to opiates. And so we've had success as well initiating treatment in the appropriate patients who could really benefit from that. And then third, we want to make sure when patients are discharged that they receive a warm handoff to the community so that they can continue to receive the treatments that they need. So once we start them on a treatment, we certainly want to make sure they can continue that in the community and continue to be successful and free from addiction. So we've worked very closely with the Sheriff's Office and with the community agencies to develop a program where as the patients leave the facility, they receive that warm handoff straight to a community provider who can continue them on, buprenorphine or methadone to make sure that they are successful. We've written over 100 MAP prescriptions since the program launched in June of 2021, and have really developed this program at no extra charge to the county or sheriff's office. And I'll flip it back to Dr. Simpler.
Thank you. So this program that we are really proud to be a part of, back in 2010, before the advent of jail-based restoration programs in California, the average length of stay for individuals with severe mental illness to navigate the stages of criminal prosecution was almost 800 days, compared to 42 days for those individuals who did not have severe mental illness. And what we saw was an increase of people in Mendocino County waiting to transfer to the state hospital for competency restoration services. And for those of you who may not be familiar with that concept, basically individuals have a right to defend themselves in this process. And if someone is suffering from mental illness and they can't assist their attorney or they don't understand their legal situation, everything stops. And while individuals were waiting for we saw the numbers growing, that length of stay in jail without treatment increasing. In 2019, we successfully partnered with the Department of State Hospitals to launch a jail-based competency restoration program. And to date, we've seen 45 individuals matriculate through our program. 89% of those individuals were able to bypass the state hospital altogether, meaning that they did not have to transfer to Napa or another facility within the state. 11% of those individuals did go on to go to the hospital and were returned to us successfully, and we've maintained them without relapse, meaning that they could move forward in their legal case. And of that 89% that did not have to go to the state hospital, 78% of them were restored to competency, meaning that their mental illness was successfully treated to the point that they could understand their legal situation and they could assist their defense counsel. This is slightly higher than the national average of 70% of people who are restored at a state hospital. So we're quite proud of the services that we bring through our jail-based competency treatment and helping individuals navigate the stages of criminal prosecution much more quickly.
And last but not least, one of the other programs that we were able to implement, again with collaboration from the Sheriff's Office team, is a program to make sure we save anyone from overdose who may, encounter drugs in the jail, which unfortunately does still happen. So since we started this program of using Narcan in the jail, we've saved 22 patients from overdose. And these are patients that, we call that scenario man down. But when a patient, does come into contact with the substance, and then we are able to intervene with Narcan and resuscitate them. We are very fortunate and maybe knock on wood that we've had 0 deaths by overdose while in custody and 0 deaths by suicide while in custody during our time at your facility. Most recently, we just had a suicide attempt that we were able to quickly intervene and prevent that from being a completed suicide as well. So we very much appreciate the collaborative effort and the successes we've been able to achieve together during our time there. I think that is the conclusion of our PowerPoint, so we'll flip it back to Brad.
We just love to answer any questions if there's anything we can clarify for you.
All right, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, can you show us any data comparing outcomes of your work versus other counties, the region, or state?
I don't know how we would.
So what I'm getting at is, if you were providing surgery, it would be interesting to know you've done 200 surgeries, but more interesting is how many of those patients died, right? How do these slides touch on what you do for us, but fall short of showing us the quality of the work or the outcomes. Is that something that you study?
Well, I don't know, how we could compare our services to, other jails where we don't necessarily have data on what they're doing. So,
do you provide these services in other regions?
We do. We operate in 30 states across the country, and we have 90 contracts across our different lines of business.
I think one way we could answer that is, we do certainly do quality assurance studies. So we do have a team that looks at our statistics across the board for all of our facilities, and we look at things like number of offsite trips, number of inpatient days in the hospital. We do look at morbidity and mortality and study all of those factors in order to always improve our best practices. Does that kind of?
Yeah, is that something you could show us?
I don't have those statistics readily available to be able to show you, but we certainly can provide you.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. Frankly, when this was on consent, that's what I asked for, and I was expecting we would get a presentation of that today. You said you work closely with partners. Does that include our county's behavioral health department?
So they meet weekly with, there's a discharge planner that is with the county, in my understanding, and they meet with custody officers and NAFCARE to coordinate aftercare services for individuals. We would not necessarily be responsible for providing those services in the community, but we certainly make those connections and links to establish continuity of care and be able to provide medications and links to appointments, et cetera.
Got it. And Dr. Miller, are you able to describe that relationship and how it's working?
I can say that they do attend the weekly Monday morning, which is a group of
crisis, behavioral health, and then jail and NAF care. I have heard that that meeting goes very well, that it is a collaborative effort. And it is working to get people connected and sort of to services on the outside and making sure the discharge planner is able to know who's coming up for discharges and working to get them connected. Dr. Simpler also does attend our Stepping Up meeting, and I had reached out to NAF Care because they weren't at Stepping Up, and I do want to acknowledge that they did come to the table. Amber has been there regularly, and they have provided some data for us in regards to Stepping Up as we've requested. So they have been willing to participate in community meetings as we have asked them to.
So Dr. Miller, you can endorse this item as written.
I don't know NAFCARE's contract and inside and out, so I wouldn't say that I can endorse it in that I know their work. That wouldn't be fair because I don't know. I don't work with them day to day. I'm not in custody. I'm not seeing their work. I don't see their mental health work. But from my experience with them, they have been willing to come to the table, speak outside. What we do from our end of things, we do audits and quality of assurance reviews before we can say we would endorse a contract. That's pretty regular in my role from behavioral health. It's what the state does to us.
Yeah.
I've never seen their stuff, so I wouldn't say I have a problem with NAFCARE, is what I would say. They've been willing to come to the table and work with us when we've needed. They provided data as we needed, but I can't say I know the level of care because I'm not in their world and I'm not working with them on a daily basis. But I know they're willing to partner.
So I feel awkward asking the contractor to provide that. It seems like it's our job to somehow evaluate on this is $3.5 million on a $19 million contract, substantial. I'd like some assurance. I'm not a good judge of it. I have no idea what the quality. Who has the role in our organization of determining whether the service provided meets our standards?
So I'm going to say that's the sheriff's office. I did talk to Under Sheriff Brewster, and they do oversee this contract. It's within their budget. So both the sheriff's office and the jail, I think John Bedner has worked with NAFCARE closely. Sorry, John, but that's my understanding. And so I think that they would have the best information and the best people to endorse the services that are going on in the jail and the level of care that NAFCARE is providing.
Got it. So I look forward to a written report documenting the quality and outcomes and why we're content on spending another 3.5. I don't dispute it. I just don't know. This is an awfully thin item for a total of $19 million. I can't make heads or tails of it. And then last, I want to ask, given the size of the contract, do any Mendocino County employees work for NAFCARE or have any been transferred from the county to NAFCARE? I guess it's for NAFCARE or for county HR.
Sure. So Captain Pierce does now work for NAFCARE.
So would Captain Pierce, who is the jail captain overseeing the jail, would have been involved in putting this contract together, has now left the county and works for you as a contractor, and you're asking for $3.5 million. You see the optics on this. The public is watching this, wondering what's going on.
We were very cautious in how we proceeded. Tim Pierce was very cautious in recusing himself. We were very mindful once we offered him a job to come work for us that we avoided any kind of conflict of interest. I certainly understand that concern. The reality is we wanted a leader who could lead our Las Vegas office. We had a good leader. He decided to run for sheriff there in Clark County. We were looking for someone to fill that very important role. We really believe in Tim Pierce as someone who could contribute to us, and he came to work for us.
And Supervisor, if I may speak on that, Captain Pierce was recused. He had nothing to do with this contract, with this extension of this contract, and it was completely run through Sheriff Kendall with NAFCARE.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy.
So this is kind of a joint question really for both Under Sheriff Brewster and Janine Miller. So the Stepping Up program is mentioned here. How is that going in implementation, And what's your assessment so far of its success and what needs to happen next?
I think I'll take that, Darren, unless you want to. So Stepping Up is a group of a variety of collaboratives. The Sheriff's Office, the jail, and NAFCARE are part of that executive team of Stepping Up, which does include behavioral health and a couple other community members, DA, public defender. I would say we've had a slow start. The biggest struggle for Mendocino County is data. We've struggled with having a universal data system that all the different departments, community providers can really track individuals in. Part of that is due to not having a system that talks. So interoperability has not been a really good option. It's very common, not an option in electronic health records. But then we've also struggled with HIPAA, CFR 42, and mental health laws and confidentiality for California. So we've had a variety of things that have really impacted our ability to get to a level where we are able to share information and really track. We have developed some pieces to move forward. We have worked with the state on how do we come up with a data system that can be used throughout Mendocino County and allow that. I do want to note that NAFCARE did come to the table. Amber and her group worked to say, hey, NAFCARE may have a system that could do this for you. So NAFCARE did bring some ideas and opportunities to the table for Stepping Up, and that was a much appreciative and gave us more data than we've had. Our next steps, we really are looking at an RFA or an RFQ to find a data system, which is what was recommended by the state of California TAs on next steps to really bring that data piece to Mendocino County. Without that data piece, we really can't track recidivism, and we need the ability to track recidivism, and we need to be able to track someone from when they go into custody, when they get out of custody, when they come into mental health care, when they end up back in probation, or when they end up back into custody, to really see if we have diversion programs in place that are really working to benefit the client. And until we have a data system that allows us to track one individual throughout that system of care, we will continue to be in the same space we are today, unable to really move forward. We are looking at diversion programs. We really are putting a map together of all mental health services and all services throughout the county to see what that flow looks like. But what we really need is that data system, and that's sort of our next step from Stepping Up.
Dr. Miller, maybe you could describe this. Has the funding for people who become inmates in the county jail changed in terms of their medical care? My understanding is that, at least in the past, if they were on Medicaid or some program, they'd be disenrolled in that government program once they were in the jail. Is that no longer the case? And can you just describe how that works?
I'm sure. No, that is still the case. There is some movement at the state through Cal Ames to make some changes in inmate Medi-Cal services, but we're looking at 2 or 3 years down the line. As of today, while your Medi-Cal doesn't turn off completely, it turns off while you're in custody. So what's changed is how it kind of goes up and it's turned off, but you don't get completely disconnected for so many days, depending on how long you are in. And it's a little quicker to get their Medi-Cal restarted on their way out, which is why when we put the discharge planner in the jail was to work on making sure people that need to get reconnected can and get connected to mental health and SUDT services. So we're still in that same problem, is that when they go into custody, their insurance doesn't provide insurance coverage. They lose their insurance coverage, and then it really is on the jail to provide those services. And we all know the cost of providing services has gone up, right? So we don't have funding for it, and the cost to be able to provide services has increased every year over the last few years.
If someone was under house arrest and they were not in the jail, would their Medicaid be taken away?
No. It's specifically, so what happens similar to the jail is what they call the IMD exclusion for mental health facilities, right? So it's a federal exclusion, and it's just, so what happens is it's an exclusion. It's only while you're an inmate. So if somebody is released on their own recognizance, they still have a court case pending, they're on home arrest, whatever, their Medi-Cal, their private insurance, that will still pay for their services. The moment you're within custody, that changes. And it's just something, unfortunately, the state and the feds, that's what's in place. There were some counties several years ago who could opt into a program within their jails to change how that funding happened. But my understanding was there was a requirement for counties to put so much up front to make that happen. In Mendocino County, we're still in that where when you go into custody, and most counties are in the state of California, you don't have insurance. Your insurance sort of disappears until you're released again.
Thanks for the background. Supervisor Hashak?
Thank you, Chair Judy. So with the contract for NAFCare, is there a doctor or a nurse on duty 24/7, or what's that look like? And then the other question would be, what part does NAFCare have for these patients who come in who have a mental illness? And do they recommend the treatment, how the person is hospital or how the person is jailed, I mean, and, what kind of services they get while they're in jail?
So we do have 24/7 nursing. I'll start the answer, and then Suzanne Moore can probably speak with more granular detail to the particulars. And then one of the things we do at NAFCare is the NCCHC, National Commission on Correctional Healthcare Standards, require a history and physical examination to be done within 14 days. We like to do that right up front. So our philosophy of care is to provide as much care up front, really try to identify, diagnose, and treat as much as we can with our patient population. So when they come in the jail, there's always a registered nurse who can do an intake screening, history and physical examination, identify our patient's needs. We have a lot of tools at our disposal to help us intervene quickly. One of the tools that Suzanne covered in her presentation was SureScripts, where we have our own software. We're also a software company, so we've designed an electronic health record for the correctional environment. And if I have your name and your zip code through SureScripts, we can quickly identify what medications you're on, what doses, and start those medications right away. So, everything that we do is really designed to allow us to quickly identify and treat the needs of our patient population to stabilize them. And that includes addressing their mental health needs. Dr. Simpler has been very instrumental in improving our systems to use the Columbia Suicide Scale and be more effective at identifying patients who are at risk of self-harm, at risk of potentially trying to take their lives, identify and make sure that we're keeping a close eye together with our custody partners on that patient population. You asked about doctor coverage. We have, Suzanne can probably speak better than I can, or Under Sheriff or Lieutenant Bednar, to the day-to-day operation, but we have medical providers who are working typically during the typical working hours and after hours. That's why that stacked care service is so important. So we have 24/7 nurse practitioners that when that booking nurse has a patient in front of him or her who has high blood pressure or some needs medication started, that the booking nurse can interact in real time through our software, through the phone, whatever means, and a California licensed nurse practitioner can start that medication. So you always 24/7 have a medical provider, if not boots on the ground, available immediately. And that's just a unique service that we've created that doesn't exist anywhere else in correctional medicine. So that's just kind of an overview of how we work to intervene quickly and meet the needs of our patients, both from a medical and mental health standpoint. Supervisor Hashak,
thank you.
Responsive.
Yeah. So does NAFCare also get involved with ongoing, if a patient with a mental illness is going to be in for several months or longer, then they say, okay, this is the program this person needs to be under, not just the medicine, but also like the recreation and all that, time outside of cell, all that, those issues that are involved with jail treatment.
Dr. Simpler, could you tackle that? You're better able than I am.
Certainly can. We can. And I think that there's been some discussion. I know Dr. Miller and I have talked about this previously about the extent of services in terms of mental health that NAFCare can offer. We typically put mental health professionals, licensed social workers, individuals who are skilled and that is within their wheelhouse to provide those services within the jail. It's my understanding that when the contract started, that the county opted to put psychiatric nurses in those roles. And so we have to operate within their scope. We've talked about partnering with community agencies for an in-reach. So as I started earlier, our goal is really to stabilize individuals and to start them on medication. When people come into the jail, oftentimes they are not psychiatrically stable. There's really no way that they could participate in any kind of adjunctive therapy simply because of the level of disconnect, oftentimes with reality, because of the instability of their mental health. So our first and foremost goal is really to stabilize those psychiatric symptoms and when possible, connect them to services. That looks like medication for a lot of individuals. In terms of classification, that is not within our scope. Those decisions to keep a facility safe and secure, who gets out of their cell when, is really a decision that's made by custody. That is not our purview. Our job is to provide medical and mental health care. We partner with the sheriff's office and his staff and to make those decisions, but by and large, custody and classification is in charge of some of that. Most.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Williams and Supervisor McGrory.
Dr. Miller, based on the information attached to this item, if you were the decision maker, would you approve this contract?
That's a really hard question.
Or would you ask for more? And if you would ask for more, what would that more be?
If I was, so Dr. Simpler did speak about the fact that we have spoken at times about mental health services in custody. And I did do some research around the state of California, and I know Dr. Simpler had given me some data on what their cost would be, in addition to some information about other services they provide throughout the different areas that they provide services, so different states and stuff. One of the things that was clear in my research throughout the state is that one of the things you see in other counties is that they have a mental health clinician that assesses everyone that walks in the door with the nurse. So it's just not a nurse doing the assessment. If someone comes in and there's a thought that this person needs a mental health on any level, they have a clinician on staff doing a mental health assessment. And you'll see that through most of the larger, medium to larger counties, and even in some of the small rural counties. So what we know, and from my conversations with Dr. Simpler, we don't have a clinician in Mendocino County Jail. That was not part of their original contract, because that is something I asked. How did we go without getting at least one mental health clinician within that contract? They said that that is what was originally asked for. So if I was looking at doing something different with the NAFCARE contract, and whether it's NAFCARE provides it or the county has another contractor, I think it's easy to do through NAFCARE. I know that their cost, and of course, this was in April that we talked, so that cost could have changed, but we're looking at an additional anywhere from 160 to 350,000 to add 1 to 2 clinicians. But I think it is something that's missing. So if you were to ask me, Supervisor William, what is missing? We don't have a mental health clinician within our county jail. When you look at other county jails, what they find to be the most successful is they have a clinician doing assessments, and they're actually getting people diagnosed and starting on treatment because there's actually a clinician doing that piece. It's a piece that's missing that I think within the system of care. I know NAFCARE isn't coming and asking for more, but I do feel if we were really looking at what's needed, we're missing a mental health clinician. And whether the board decides to work with the sheriff's office and have that be individual NAFCARE provides, and it's part of their treatment team, or does it a different way, that's up to the board and the sheriff's office. But that is a piece that I would advocate for if this was my contract.
And the success of the contract to date, do you think there's enough attached for us to make a determination?
I can't answer that. I don't know their services inside and out. So it's really hard for me to evaluate their contract because I don't work with them day to day.
Okay, Supervisor McGrory.
Are you fully staffed? Do you have everybody you need, and or are there vacancies in your program right now?
You're asking for NAFCare, Supervisor? Yes, sir. So we do have a couple of RN positions open right now. It's been very difficult to staff RNs lately. The hospitals are paying extremely high amounts of money currently. We have, however, been able to cover those shifts with PRN nursing care. And so I don't think there's been any lapse in patient care coverage or coverage of the nurses, but we are looking to permanently fill a couple of RN positions. Yes, sir.
Just as a follow-up to that, if the contract allows people with reduced qualifications to fill in those slots, is there a commensurate decrease in the payment from the county?
No, sir, we don't allow lesser licensed people to fill in. We just allow temporary RNs versus a permanent RN. So they're exactly the same qualifications and they're cleared by the facility and backgrounded, and they go through all of the same license verifications and checks that our permanent employees do.
I'm not seeing any additional questions at this time. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
There's no public comment on this item.
Dr. Miller, is this service something that the Behavioral Health Board ever discusses at the behavioral health meetings?
I would say there's been discussions. As this is a sheriff contract, it's not under behavioral health, so it's not a contract they've reviewed in depth. I know that they have done jail tours across the years. I think they have met with NAFCare once or twice. We do have a behavioral health board member on the Stepping Up committee, and so they do participate in that. But I don't know that they've had an in-depth look at their contract and their services.
So would it be appropriate if we ask the Behavioral Health Board to look at this service prior to the contract coming up to the board for reconsideration in a year?
Yes, we could add that to their agenda, and they do overview all mental health services in the county, so it's not outside their scope.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I don't want to provide a gap in services, but this isn't enough of a presentation for me for $19 million and a $3.5 million increase. It's just too thin, and I don't know what to do with it. You know, if I were a contractor putting this together, I would show some outcomes. I'd have some more credible data. I'd probably be working with our director of behavioral health. I would just come in with more. This is just awfully thin. It's kind of like buying a car sight unseen. We don't even know what model it is or how many miles. I got nothing to go on. And it may be that there's county staff who do have that information. I don't have it, and I'm the decision maker. So I'm not against renewal, but I couldn't support it without supporting documentation.
Supervisor Williams, I'm a little confused by the 19 million. You know, our contract is just under 3.5 per year. Are you aggregating over a multi-year period?
Well, I was looking at the agenda item. I mean, so many millions of dollars in, I would think there'd be something to show by now. I mean, the slides kind of strike me as a glossy brochure, and I'm looking for outcomes. You know, this has been a multi-year endeavor. How successful is it? If I were a contractor, I'd be comparing it to another county where I provide services, or even better, another county where a different contractor provides services to show this is what's working, this isn't. Maybe there's some opportunity for the county to augment and pay for additional services like Dr. Miller highlighted. We're falling short, not having a specialist that really should be part of the team. So I'm not critical of the service, but there's just not enough here to make a solid decision. The public is watching me wondering, $3.5 million, what are you going on?
Sure, I hear your concerns loud and clear, and certainly because we have our own electronic health record, because of our technology experience, we can provide data and information.
Why didn't you bring it? Why didn't you bring it or attach it? That's what I don't get.
Well, we believed that an overview of this level, showing what we had done was what you were looking for. if I'm sorry if it wasn't everything you were expecting. We certainly can get you more information. I don't know how to give you that denominator. If you're looking to compare, I can show you what we do. Certainly, we could compare to other sites, but what other companies do, they don't share their data with us, and there isn't any kind of national database. One of the things that is really critical is we've been successful in saving lives. You haven't had deaths in your facility. We haven't had lawsuits and litigation that are very commonplace in our field. So, we really stand by our track record and our effectiveness in delivering the service.
So so I've had outreach from my constituents who say their family member has been in our jail solitary confinement for a period of months, out every other night, not seeing light of day, unmedicated. Why weren't they medicated? I don't know if that falls on us as a county or NAFCare, but the first time I heard it, I thought that's not right. I've heard it N times now. And so it is a concern. And I think it's this board's responsibility to make sure we're taking care of our people, including our jail inmates. They are in our care. And, if that's a practice that happened in the past due to resources and it's been addressed, I'd sure like to see a trend line that it's no longer happening. And I mean, I guess I could ask how many solitary confinements have to do with mental health, and what is the average duration in Mendocino County?
So I'm happy to address that question. And, I've been on this call since, 11 o'clock my time, 9 o'clock your time this morning, and was very pleased to hear the discussion of the new facility. I'm not sure how many of you have actually been inside the county jail and seen the physical layout, but a lot of individuals aren't there because of their behavior in that solitary cell. It is the physical plant. That is how the cells are designed to some extent to have single cell placement. In terms of medication, we offer medication, but there are a lot of restrictions on to who we can compel to medication. So it's not that we're not offering treatment. It's not that we're not offering these services. We cannot do anything. We have to respect patient rights when they say, I'm not going to take this medication. And
even with a patient who's psychotic?
Yeah, that's how that goes. And we make steps. And in certain situations, we go through the steps to notify the courts. We get individuals who are involved in the jail-based competency restoration program. They will come attached with an involuntary medication order, but by and large, trying to involuntarily medicate someone outside of that competency framework takes a lot of steps. And we've been able to do that in some acute situations, but by and large, it's not something that the courts do easily, readily, or willingly.
Dr. Miller, is it your understanding that we have to wait for the court and that the holdup is really on the court, or are we not medicating all those who we could?
Based on and we've had a lot of conversations about forced medication within Mendocino County, both with Stepping Up has talked about it, even with our public defender DA and our judges. And we can't, at least in the state of California, or at least locally, we can't get around needing to have an incompetency to stand trial. So a 1368 needs to be declared. One of the issues we have in Mendocino County is that our individuals who do 1368s are usually psychologists or LCSWs or MFTs, not psychiatrists. And so when I did some research throughout the state of California, some counties can do a faster involuntary to medicate process because their individual that's making the determination for the 1368, which is when they determine that someone is incompetent to stand trial, is also able to, at that point, order a forced order to medicate. So in their report, they write up, yes, not only are they incompetent to stand trial, but they also need a forced order to medicate. In our system here, we do the 1368. It's not a qualified medical prescriber. We then have to go back and ask NAFCare after the court order to go through the process to determine the forced order to medicate, and then go back to court to get that done. And so it is slowed in Mendocino County because of sort of the processes we have in place, and the professionals that we use don't allow us to fast track it as we see in other counties. I actually called several counties and talked because I was really perplexed on why we weren't able to fast track this quicker. They can do emergency medication in a safety situation, and they can talk about that. There are areas of the law that if it's a safety concern for the inmate or a correctional staff in that situation, they can medicate, but it's a one-time medication unless the person acts up again. So they can do forced medication in that situation. But if it's a long-term forced medication, it really does require that court order. And our system has a slower process.
What percent of our solitary confinements are mental health patients? Nobody knows.
I would have to look at we can certainly dive down and identify those single cases, but I could not do that right here on the spot.
And what is the average stay in solitary confinement for mental health patients? We don't know either. So there's just not enough data here. So I would like to move that we ask the sheriff, our behavioral health department, to work with the contractor to come back with a more substantial outcomes and evaluation of services.
One of the, through the chair, Under Sheriff Brewster, one of the things I could say is we have had an independent contractor for years that oversaw NAFCARE that was completely separated from NAFCARE and gave a direct report to the sheriff. The sheriff is extremely happy with what NAFCARE has done for this county, this jail, and the population within the walls of the jail. So we did have an independent contractor. She has since retired out, and we're looking for a new one to oversee, just to have an independent person that we trust to tell us, is NAFCARE doing what they're supposed to be doing? When we had that person, the sheriff was extremely pleased with NAFCARE on what they've done for our clientele. And like Brad had stated prior, the lack of lawsuits, deaths in the jail. It's extremely impressive if you look at other jails, what they go through, which is tough to do because every jail's either smaller, bigger. It's not the same setup. So when you're asking certain things, it's very hard to come up with that data because there's nothing like Mendocino. Mendocino's not like Humboldt. It's not like Lake. It's not like Sonoma. It's not like any other county. Mendocino is Mendocino County. So I just want it on the record that we have had that independent contractor that has overseen this contract.
What if the board authorized Dr. Miller to have her staff play the role that contractor previously played to get a timely evaluation and recommendation? She's our domain expert. This is her field.
Are you asking me if I have an issue with that?
Well, I guess, do you support it? And then for my colleagues, is that direction the board would support?
Through the board, I'll tell you that anything we could do to help our inmate population, the sheriff and I are in for. I know NAFCARE is that way. I know Janine's that way. That is absolutely no issue at all for this office. We want to make sure that we give, and I think we do give the best care we can for the facilities that we have and the money that we have associated with running this program. That we can do. And I stand fully behind it. And I know the sheriff does as well.
Thanks. Supervisor Heshek.
Well, I think that was a great idea about Dr. Miller. If she's has the capacity to do that, it would be good for the county and the jail. I'm just trying to figure out about this issue about the intake and the medical or the mental evaluation at that point that Dr. Miller says that we should be doing under, the best practice. So how do we get that into the contract? How, because it seems like if we know what the best practice is, with a $3.5 million contract, we should be able to implement the best practice if it's only a difference of $160,000. So is there any comment on how we could get that into this contract?
From a NAFCARE perspective, we are certainly happy to add staffing and services. So that's always a budgetary issue, but we're certainly supportive of partnering with Dr. Miller or anyone you want to designate to work with us to look at what we're doing in the facility and the care. If you have additional, you identified some specific areas where you want data and metrics, Supervisor Williams, if there, if there are areas where you want more data or information, we're happy to provide that to you. We're also happy to, share the results of our NCCHC audit where we got facility accredited with the National Commission on Correctional Healthcare for the first time. Those audits occur every 3 years. We had an excellent audit. So, there is more information we can provide. We potentially could overwhelm you with information. So just want to make sure that we're responsive to your needs. We'll partner with anyone you want to designate.
I would point at Dr. Miller as that person.
Okay.
Supervisor McGordy.
So first of all, I share some of Supervisor Williams' concerns about kind of this being a little bit of a light document. And under your Exhibit B5, and it says extension of year 1 invoicing and payment, it has mental health personnel at $570,000, $865. What are we getting for that? And why isn't that including someone who does mental health assessments for intake?
I'm happy to speak to that. I believe the number you're looking at, and correct me if I am wrong, Dr. Simpler, but I believe that may be the JVCT funding. So it is for the psychiatrist, psychologist, competency trainer, and clerical staff to run the competency program. Certainly, we do have psych RN positions in the matrix currently, and I agree with Dr. Simpler. Early on, a couple of years ago, we did have conversations with the independent contract monitor, and we really, discussed the importance of having, a behavioral health person like an LCSW person on the matrix to really provide, that different type of mental health clinical care. And we just, weren't successful in making that change from maybe a psych RN position to more of an LCSW type of role. So we are certainly open to that, and certainly open to any negotiations, to try to make that happen. And we agree with Dr. Miller that that could be a very good, addition to the program, or even potentially exchanging perhaps one of the psych RN positions out for an LCSW. We could look at it. Could that be feasible as well? And one other piece I did want to mention, Supervisor Williams, I hear what you're saying in terms of needing more statistics and data, and I wish we had realized a lot of times when we do these types of presentations, we're told to keep it very succinct, and so I think we erred on the side of caution there. But one of the things we also do is try to provide a year-end summary to the sheriff once a year that has a lot of statistics and data in terms of off-site trips and ER trips and deaths or the lack thereof, hopefully, and all those types of things. So we can certainly go back and compile those documents and present them to the board as well. That's very easy to go back and gather that information.
So a document like that would be really helpful if you could also span multiple years. So for the term that NAPCARE has performed this and collected the data, that'd be great. So we could sort of track if there's any trends.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And I mean, I think just think about it through your eyes. If you were in my place and you saw this agenda item with 2017 documents and no supporting data, what would you do? Right, and that's what you want to answer is come forward with a proposal that you think you would vote on if you were the decision maker.
Well, respectfully, I don't really think that's very fair. I mean, we understood you wanted a broad overview. I didn't understand that you wanted this level of detail. Sometimes elected officials want a ton of data. Sometimes they want an overview. So now we have that mandate, and so we'll meet it.
Sounds like just a miscommunication, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Okay. We have asked for public comment and been told there's no public comment on this item. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I move we direct Dr. Miller to work with the sheriff to come back with data from the contractor that she can endorse, ready for board approval.
Supervisor Hashak.
And I could second that if we could add on the option of this, medical evaluation right at the time of intake.
The
doctor-
first degrees.
Psychiatric evaluation, not medical.
Right, that's what I meant, sorry. Yeah.
Clerk, are you able to read back the motion?
So just to clarify the motion, we have direction for Dr. Miller to work with the sheriff to come back with data from the contractor that she can endorse, ready for board approval, and the addition of the psychiatric evaluation option to the contract.
That works.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you for the discussion.
Thank you.
I'm hoping next we could go to item 5E, which is discussion and possible action, including the acceptance of a presentation related to the application submittal for disaster recovery multifamily housing program grant. It's for $6.4 million to fund recovery needs related to the Federal Emergency Management's Major Disaster Declaration from October of 2017. This is coming to us from the Planning and Building Department.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Adrian Thompson, our camera, there we go, is just slowly logging in. Well, thank you for taking the time to hear our presentation today. This is a CDBG grant, but it's slightly different coming from a disaster recovery side. And so this is an allocated amount. The county did not have to apply for this amount. It came from the 2017 disaster. And so we are allocated roughly $6.4 million toward multi-housing, family housing program. And so Planning and Building took over this grant mid-October. So we've been diving into this about 3 weeks and completed the RFPs that were submitted to the department. And with our consultant, Jeff Lucas with CDS, we've rated those from the county standpoint and would like to present that to you and get your selection from these projects. In review of these applications, county staff and the consultant have scored Burbank Housing as the most technically accurate submittal and the most competitive application. We're available for any comments, questions, and Jeff Lucas is also available if you have any questions on that scoring process or how this came about.
And if I may, through the chair, just some closing comments to Adrian's presentation. Is staff did evaluate the 3 proposals for the CDBG-DR funds and provided a recommendation to this board based on their proposals that came in. I just wanted to let the board know that that the department is continuously involved and is always working on the production of new, much needed housing in this county. We know that there's a board ad hoc that is looking at housing. We also looked at the grand jury report that was recently published. And so again, we're trying to do as much as we can to look at housing opportunities in this county. What we've seen through this process is that it not only requires grant funds, correct zoning, developers who are ready, willing, and able to step up to build the housing. But I would also note that one of the issues that constantly hinders us in this county is the availability of infrastructure. And again, fortunately, these proposals came in within the sphere of the city of Ukiah. And so the infrastructure is there, but we would like to see additional housing in other parts of the unincorporated county. But again, we're hampered by the lack of sewer and water. And again, I'm just very grateful that we actually received the money and that we actually have some proposals to share with you today. Thank you very much.
Are you going to share your screen to show us more about the two proposals, or the three?
We did not prepare a PowerPoint for this presentation.
Okay.
We'll answer any questions you like. They're roughly 300 pages per proposal, but a lot of it is pro forma or bank financial statements that may or may not be good for public consumption. But if you have any direct questions about the proposals, we'd be happy to answer those, as well as our consultant who's available.
Yeah, I do have a question. I want to go to Supervisor Mulhern. This is in her district. There was only one point in your point system separating the Danko project from the Burbank project. So they scored essentially the same. And what I saw was that the Danko project had more living units. So I think it was 71, and the other one was 55 living units. And it seemed principally the difference was the Danko project was able to create more living units by creating multiple studio apartments and multiple one-bedroom apartments, and then fewer second 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom apartments versus the Burbank was mostly relying on set 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom apartments. And when I've talked with for-profit developers building housing, they say that they tend to want to build 2- and 3-bedroom units because the cost of building a bedroom per square foot is substantially less than building kitchens and bathrooms. And so that tells me that the market rate housing that gets built without government subsidy is skewed toward 2- and 3-bedroom units. And so just on that point alone, unless there's some fatal flaw with the Danko project, it seems to me that the Danko project creates more units. It creates more diversity in the housing market by creating some studios, some 1-bedrooms, which isn't really produced by the Burbank project, and therefore probably creates more dynamics with more dynamic types of housing within the greater Ukiah metro area than the Danko project or than the Burbank project. So, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe Burbank, has this sort of legendary reputation for the way they manage their apartments, and therefore that's why people want to go with Burbank. If that's the case, fine. But I haven't heard anything bad about Danko's management of their projects in Fort Bragg. Actually, I've heard pretty good things. So those are just my thoughts that I just thought we should be discussing a little bit is what's the goal in creating these units? One creates 71, the other one creates 55. It seems like there's certain things that in my mind would lead us to want to go with the Danko project. But anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I also had questions or had thoughts about that second project because I know that living in the city of Ukiah and hearing a lot about housing, we really don't have a variety of housing. Those opportunities for projects to come forward are often more on the low income side. And in particular, the North Orchard and Brush Street area is really saturated with low income housing. So an opportunity to have a project off of Gobi Street in the Village Circle area would really benefit the community. So I basically have the same questions as Chair Jordy.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, it's 3 of us. I had the same question. I was hoping staff may be able to give us their take.
Thank you, Supervisor. If I may, through the chair, Adrienne Thompson, Planning and Building. The scoring for this related to HCD is based off of a minimum of 8 units. So yes, we need more housing, and we have given this to the board for direction. So you could always choose the Danko project. In the scoring from HCD standards, it was just a minimum of 8 units. Burbank has a better AMI ratio, which is what HCD prefers to keep it lower between 30 to 60%, whereas Danko goes up to 80% in their units, which is a higher rent based on the home grant ratio. So that gave Burbank a higher score. Also, they have a higher financial stability in their backing. But again, that's just basic numbers. It's completely up to the board to choose. We could go with Danko at your discretion, but staff is just basing this off of HCD's regulations on the numbers for this grant. I hope that answers your questions.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so I'm leaning towards Danco. I was looking for any arguments as to why I'm wrong. I had the same analysis as the chair. Perhaps there aren't any, in which case I support Danco.
If I may, through the chair, I'll just say that any future housing in the county is a good move, and we support the board in this discussion also.
Thanks for the
think it's a wrong
presentation
answer.
and all the background material.
Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
We do. First on the line is Ephraim Carrillo, followed by Chris Westlake.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Jurdy, Honorable Supervisors, County Executive Angelo. My name is Efren Carrillo, Vice President of Housing Development at Burbank Housing. We are a nonprofit affordable housing developer based in Sonoma County with a presence in the North Bay counties of Sonoma, Napa, and Mendocino. In our 41-year history, we have developed over 70 affordable housing communities. We currently manage 3,200 of apartment rentals, and we've also built 1,000 affordable single-family homes, truly embodying a vision for housing that puts people first. We are appreciative of the board's leadership on the housing front and grateful for the opportunity to apply for the funding for the North Orchard apartment community. As your staff memo reads, we are proposing a 55-unit multifamily community at 675 North Orchard. Proposed development is a 3-story tuck-under parking, abutting Ore Creek with a 15-foot setback. Please note that our target population is the farm worker community, with a unit mix of 6 1-bedroom, 21 2-bedroom, and 18 3-bedroom. Regarding the scoring before you, and based on the underwriting criteria, we are elated to have the highest scoring project. We would like to point out, however, that we may not have received enough points under the vulnerable population designation. While we scored 14 out of 20 in that section, it is important to note that we are a farm worker development and have 65% of our units at 50% of the area mean income and lower. Both of those factors were listed in the RFP as special populations. And in fact, we think the scoring is not as close to Danco as you have before you. We also are enthusiastic to share that Housing and Community Development in their internal loan committee on October 28th recommended a $9.2 million Joe Cerna Farm Worker Award to this development. With that funding, and hopefully with the amount requested to you through your CDBG-DR funds, we're well positioned towards moving this project towards construction in 2022. I should note, specific to the 2-bedroom and the 3-bedroom discussion by your board, there is strong demand for 2 and 3-bedroom apartments in Mendocino County, and particularly in the Ukiah community. I'm happy to answer any specific questions as to our unit mix and the unit breakdown per area mean income, as well as have any other members of our project team respond to questions from the board. We would implore you that you accept the staff scoring recommendation before you and not modify the funding to Danco. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carrillo, for being here today. I actually wasn't aware that the project was farm worker housing, and just having watched the rollout of the Brush Meadows project, which is nearby, and the project that is also occurring on Feedlot Lane, which is also farm worker housing, it has a higher AMI, but I have serious concerns about the ability to lease up an additional project. Also, this site recently went before the City of Ukiah Design Review Board on a 3-story project, and that project was declined. So can you tell me a little bit about your market studies and your ability to lease up a project in that area for ag workers?
Sure, absolutely. And I'm also happy to defer to Chris Westlake, who is one of our consultants on the financing side, who can more specifically talk about the market rate study and the need specifically on the unit mix. We have various farm worker community populations or developments in Sonoma as well as in Napa County. And what we do is we work with service organizations, with farm worker agencies to ensure that we are meeting the demand of this particular community. The mix itself on the 2-bedroom and the 3-bedroom, what we've learned from the farm worker community is that in the past, you had maybe individual single men and women that were looking for housing. And what we've seen with farm worker communities in the North Bay, Sonoma, Napa, Mendocino County is a desire to actually have a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, and that folks now have families that are in our communities. Chris Westlake, if you're on the line, I would like to maybe defer to you on the market rate study that we did and how we intend to ensure that we have occupancy on those units.
Chris, you can unmute and begin speaking when you're ready.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. My name is Chris Westlake. I'm a consultant for Burbank Housing. As Efren had mentioned, one of the factors that we do is our market study to see what our absorption is. And as the councilwoman or the supervisor mentioned, the concern about doing farm worker, we had a lot of discussions with USDA Rural Development, making sure that doing another farm worker project in Mendocino County, there would be demands. In our market study that was prepared for this project, they evaluated it for farm workers, and with the 54 units, because one unit's a manager's unit, they said that the total demand for the region, which is Mendocino County, would be about 528 units. So we're only taking 10.2% of the total market available, which means that there's a good lease up on that based upon those percentages. And they also take into effect what other projects that are coming online or have come online in the recent period of time. And like you mentioned, the Brush Meadow Apartments and Main Street Village Apartments and Martin Street Apartments in Lakeport. So those are all being evaluated as we prepared our market studies. And also HCD evaluates that market study as well when they make these awards for the farm worker housing developments. As Efren had mentioned earlier, we did receive a $9.2 million commitment from them through their Joe Turner Jr. Farm Worker Program.
Supervisor Moorhan, do you feel that your question was answered?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks. Supervisor Heshak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I guess my question is for staff about the scoring and the vulnerable populations. And what I'm seeing is that the Burbank group is aimed at the 30 to 60% AMI, and if it's farm worker designated housing, versus the Danco group is 30 to 80% AMI. And I don't know if it's designated for a certain population. So I'm just wondering why Danco got higher points on that than Burbank group. Do you have any understanding of that?
Sure. If I may, through the chair, Adrienne Thompson, Planning and Building Services. And I must admit that I was not aware this was being proposed as farm worker housing until an email came through yesterday. In the executive summary for Burbank Housing, it states 55-unit multifamily. And not until I went through their financial documents did I see that there was a Joe Serena Jr. farm worker housing loan. So when I wrote this proposal and worked with our consultant, I myself was not aware that it was going to be proposed as farm worker housing. I'd like to ask the consultant, I believe Jeff is on the line, if he had noticed that, and then that would also account for the reason the vulnerable population score was lower, because it did not come across clearly to us that this was other than multifamily at 30 to 60% AMI. Jeff, if you're there, could you
Hi.
answer that?
I'm here. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
So, yeah, on the scoring of 14 and 15 between the Burbank group and the Danco group was very close. And I think our thinking at the time was that we were interpreting HCD requirements and then trying to balance that with the local requirements or local need of sort of a broader impact on the community. So if we erred in that regard, I apologize for that. However, when we took a look at the overall needs from the perspective of the county, we were thinking in terms of sort of a broader take on the housing needs in the community, and so that I think is where the point variance there of one came into play.
Supervisor McGordy.
So my understanding with the Brush Meadow apartments is that at first there were difficulty in leasing up because the income of agricultural farm workers in Mendocino County exceeds the guidelines that USDA originally proposed. Is that correct? Does anyone know? Supervisor Mulheron?
Yes, that was very much a challenge. And with the new project that's happening on Feedlot Lane that has a slightly higher AMI, the jury is still out. They've not started accepting applications just because the qualifications or the studies say sometimes it doesn't really translate to the actual market. So that was a barrier. There are also some concerns about the political climate at the time, which is different, but that income qualification is probably still likely to be a barrier.
Okay. Well, the one comment I have is that this probably sounds awful since District 1 needs housing, but I favor developing projects in places where there is infrastructure. So at least what we see in front of us, we know that there's that things are developed already to receive new developments. I tend to lean towards providing more units for the money we're leveraging with.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, it could be a motion, and based on that, I support the Danco group with the fact that they're providing, about 20% more housing for the money that we're leveraging. Is there any issues from the planning and building department that we should know about that I might be overlooking?
If I may, through the chair, no issues that I'm aware of, Supervisor. This was brought forward for the board's ultimate support and approval. All three projects would produce housing, and we're just happy to get more in this county.
Second.
Supervisor Hashak.
So my question is, if we go with Danco, then how soon can we apply for another grant for the Burbank group or for another set of housing?
If I may, through the chair, Nash Gonzalez, interim director. Again, let's go back to this was a CDBG a DR disaster grant that came to us primarily, and again, and this goes back to Supervisor McGordy's comment about District 1. The funds were originally being looked at for Redwood Valley, Calpella area. However, part of the reason that the funds were not allocated in those areas, again, is the lack of the infrastructure. We have been looking at all sorts of sites throughout Redwood Valley, and nothing had the appropriate zoning or the water or the sewer. And there was an exception made to move into the Ukiah area, and the CDBG DR program actually accounted for that because they looked at zip codes. So how soon can we go after another grant is the question. It really depends on what grants are out there and available. So we constantly are looking at what housing grants are out there. we'll definitely follow through with CDBG funds and see if there's anything out there. This is kind of one of those once in a lifetime type of grants that was given to the county because of the 2017 fire.
And I'll just add on to that, Supervisor, that typically CDBG grants are released in January. There's a notice of funding availability that comes out. So the next cycle could be hitting very soon. And then we would bring forward a more standard process to the board where you would select by resolution which applications would move forward from that.
And if I may ask Gonzalez Interim Director, ask Jeff Lucas if he could maybe shed some light on his background, not background, but his experience with the CDBG funds. And do you think, Jeff, there's any possibility that there might be some monies out there that we might be able to leverage competitively?
Yes, there are. And in the next notice of funding availability through the annual cycle with CDBG, and if the board recalls, one of the larger projects last year was for the Covelo, kind of the Covelo Community Cleanup Project. And we're still waiting to hear word on that. But every year we have the opportunity to apply for funds. And very definitely, this is all these projects were strong in their own way. And so we could apply, the county could apply if the board determined this was a good way to go for additional funds for the project. Now the amount would be less because we're only allocated $3 million annually to pursue. So you wouldn't be able to access as much funds through the CDBG program for another housing project, but you certainly could apply for up to, I think it's up to $1 million per project, but the NOFA hasn't come out yet. We're waiting for that. But we definitely could look into that. And as housing is a priority, we could do more work on that with these folks and see if I know Chris, and we could talk to Chris and see what his thinking is on it and pursue the funding for that project at that time.
Thank you. Supervisor Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think in general, what we've learned from the housing market currently and what the ad hoc I'm sure has heard and what I hear locally is we do need to create more projects that do have a higher AMI. And I know that the funding can be a little bit easier when it is lower income, but we really need a variety of housing in all of our communities. So as much as Mr. Lucas and the team at PMB can look at what those opportunities are, I just know as one supervisor, I would really appreciate that. That's one of the call to actions I've heard over and over again. And I don't want to be dismissive about the projects that were brought forward. I really appreciate that we have people that are interested in building our community. I just want to look at what opportunities we have for a broader range of housing, and especially in the Ukiah area.
Can we give that as formal direction, given that I think a majority of us, maybe all of us, agree?
We could make that as a directive from the board. Yeah.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Can I please get a clear restatement of the directive?
Well, let me try to restate it if I can. That the board is interested in facilitating workforce housing and including workforce housing that would include the broadest possible spectrum of the area income. Is that area medium income? I mean, does that capture it, Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I think we have a motion on the table. Just looking at the clerk of the board, did you capture the motion?
I absolutely did not. Is it the recommended action with a modification, or was it entirely separate? I'd like a clear restatement, please.
I believe it was the recommended with Danko as the selection.
And just looking for the maker of the motion in the second to confirm that.
Well, I was a second. And
Yeah, I made the motion. So
Okay, so Atlas, did you get the motion?
Yes, I did.
All right, we have roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Chair Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy.
yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, well, let's take a 10-minute break and come back and finish the day.
Thank you.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the
5
spread of coronavirus.
which is an update about the Hopkins fire.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. We are bringing in Travis Kilmore, and I believe he's in now. Travis? Travis, are you there?
Sorry, I was muted. Sorry. Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy, Board of Supervisors. Travis Kilmer, Disaster Recovery Field Ops Coordinator with the PERM team. So I'm here today to provide an update on the Hopkins fire recovery. Since the last update to this board in late October, we've had some positive developments. Chief among them was the inclusion of the Hopkins fire into the governor's state of emergency proclamation on October the 22nd. That has allowed us to begin the recovery and cleanup process for those impacted by the fire. The first step of that process was Phase 1 household hazardous waste cleanup, which was led by the Department of Toxic Substances Control. Phase 1 operations began on November the 2nd, and DTSC, their contractor, and county staff were able to quickly and efficiently perform assessments of 35 properties impacted by the Hopkins fire. The DTSC crew included a certified asbestos contractor, several trained hazmat personnel, and asbestos techs who were able to remove household hazardous waste, bulk asbestos, and e-waste from properties that were impacted. Phase 1 operations were concluded by the afternoon of November the 4th. However, because the Phase 1 crew does not have heavy machinery, they were not able to remove all of the contaminated material that they identified. In instances where the volume of contaminated materials was too great or the materials themselves were inaccessible, the crew marked the hazards with colored paint so that Phase 2 crews can handle and remove them safely and properly. During operations, DTSC set up a tracking dashboard, a link to which can be found on the Hopkins fire page so that the public could follow the operations in real time. During Phase 1 operations, the crew removed nearly 100 batteries, numerous light ballasts and bulbs. They devalved over 40 propane and gas cylinders, and they removed damaged and/or leaking containers of pesticides and fertilizers. In addition, they removed a large quantity of asbestos-contaminated debris and marked much more for safe removal in Phase 2. Let's see. And actually, I have a graphic that I would like to share if that's possible. No. Okay, hopefully you can see my screen. After the conclusion of Phase 1, county staff and Cal OES met on November 8th to discuss Phase 2 debris removal. The county is now accepting right of entry permits from impacted property owners who wish to participate in the state consolidated debris removal program. The right of entry permit application can also be found on the Hopkins fire page and has also been provided to our nonprofit partners working directly with fire survivors. Right of entry permits will also be sent out via email and through traditional mail. County staff is also working with our state partners to organize a virtual town hall meeting via Zoom to answer public questions regarding the debris removal operations. Officials from the state, as well as the county, will be available during this meeting. Public notice of the meeting will be sent out this week. We're planning to hold the virtual town hall on Monday, November the 29th from 4 to 6 p.m. The public will be invited to submit their questions in advance, but we will also take questions submitted during the meeting. We are hoping to broadcast this meeting on the county YouTube channel as well, so that it can be viewed later by anyone who cannot make the meeting. In terms of timeline for phase 2, the county will need to adopt an urgency ordinance to implement the requirements for fire debris and hazard tree removal. County Council is working on the ordinance, and it should be presented to this board for review on December the 7th. In addition to the urgency ordinance, the county needs to collect right of entry permits from all property owners before any phase 2 debris removal operations can begin. PERM is actively doing that now. Currently, we have 5 property owners who have either already completed a private cleanup or have announced their intentions to move forward with a private cleanup. Once the county has adopted an urgency ordinance and collected right of entry permits, the state will utilize an existing contract that they have with Tetra Tech to perform initial site inspections. Cal Recycle is the agency that has been mission tasked to manage the phase 2 debris removal operations, and they currently have an open contract for the cleanup and are accepting bids until December the 3rd. Once they accept a bid, they're hoping to begin the debris removal process in mid to late December, weather permitting. And I can take questions.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. Travis, you want to try sharing your screen? Your demographic or your photo hasn't came up yet.
Oh, it didn't come up? All right, hold on. Let me.
Well, while you're pulling that up, Supervisor McGordy, did you have a question or comment?
Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I had shared before.
The question was answered, so I wanted to know what the date and time was, so Travis gave it.
Okay, thanks. Okay, do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
We do not.
Anything else you wanted to add, Travis or Darcy?
If I may through the chair, I would like to bring up that last week, when we had a property that was going through a private cleanup process on Eastside Calpella Road, and we got a lot of calls from the public who had questions about whether or not people had their permits, or they had comments to make about loads being uncovered, things like that they thought were not being done properly. So I just wanted to suggest that at some point in the future, this board may want to consider adopting a county ordinance for fire cleanup, because presently, once proper permits are issued for demolition, private fire cleanup has far less stringent regulation than a state-assisted cleanup, and it's difficult or impossible sometimes to enforce any job site safety standards or environmental testing requirements to ensure that all the contaminants have been fully removed after the properties have been scraped clean. There's really nothing we can do right now. If they have their permits, then the way they do the cleanup, there's not much we can do about that.
So maybe that's for a later discussion, but do you have an example of what you mean by that?
Yeah, so anyone who goes through a state assist, like the state program here, phase 2, after the properties are actually cleaned off, they do a lot of soil testing to make sure that all the heavy metals and contaminants have actually been removed. And if you do a private cleanup, to my understanding, there's no requirement for any testing of the soil. So you can scrape it clean and it might look like it's clean, but it may in fact not be.
Okay, so what you're suggesting is a follow-up agenda item come back to the board at some later time?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy, and thank you, Travis, for that. That was kind of the point I was going to make about these private cleanups, and I have received phone calls about them. And it seems like if a truck has a permit, they can load up some of the toxic soils into their truck. And without a permit, the only recourse is if CHP, they can leave it uncovered, haul it off, and the only recourse would be through CHP, stopping them on the road. And so I think I've talked to Travis about this, an ordinance, with the cleanup and putting some of those requirements into it would kind of give us some power in making sure that it's done properly.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that given the fact that we have fires essentially every year now, adopting an ordinance at some point in the future to maybe put some more rules in place for people who choose to do a private cleanup would be a good move for the county.
Supervisor McGordy?
I just want to recognize and thank Travis for all the good work he's doing, and also Darcy and the financial team, because they've been on top of this from the beginning. And as critical things have happened, they've provided as considerable amount of service to the affected people. Of course, a small consolation for their loss, but at least I feel like the county has been good partners, and because our staff has been there. So thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Your enthusiasm is noted.
Thank you.
Even at the Westport MAC meetings.
Oh, yes, yes.
Any other comments on this agenda item?
If I may, the only other thing that I would add, it's not directly related to the cleanup process, but since the last update was provided, we also did get approved for the SBA disaster declaration, which has opened up low interest loans for people that were impacted by the fire. And that information is all on the website as well, on the Hopkins fire page. And renters as well as homeowners can get these low interest loans. So I would encourage people to go check that out if they need some additional financial help.
Okay, all right, well, thanks. If that concludes this item, we will then go to item 6C, which is update from the Drought Task Force. Supervisors McGordy and Hashak.
Well, I'll just start this off with, I think that one of the things that Supervisor McGordy and I have found out is that we need a lot more information about the water in our county and the aquifers. And so I think this grant proposal is a move in the right direction of trying to get some of that information that we need for when we have a water agency and how we can deal with it. Because without the information, then we're kind of going blind. And I think that there's a lot of good activities that would be supported by this grant. So that's what I'd be looking for.
Yeah, so just to kind of fill in a little bit more too, there's a lot of concern in the unincorporated areas about water supplies and groundwater in particular, and the grant applications here would address some of them, as well as also backfill on some of the information we still need to finish up the Ukiah Groundwater Basin Sustainability Agency plan, and we've actually we're submitting that to the state, I think, in January, and that's a major milestone. We've worked pretty extensively with Larry Walker Associates. We have a comfortable relationship with them. This is a modest amount of money for what they're promising. So Howard worked really closely with them. So I think it's only fair to have Howard talk about the actual grant proposals themselves.
Hey, Howard.
I can do that now. I see Supervisor Williams has a hand up, but whenever Chair, you'd like me to proceed.
Yeah, go ahead, Howard.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShield, Transportation and Division, handling the water agency functions until we get that new standalone water agency. So the contract you see before you, I'd really hoped that I would have that in a final form that the board could act on today. I wasn't quite able to do that. But if the board or the public look at pages 14 through 21 of the attachment, it has our scope And what Supervisor Hashcheck said is true. We're basically taking the kind of investigation, monitoring well work that was done in the Upper Ukiah Valley groundwater sustainability agency area, and we're trying to look at the major basins throughout the county. We're not actually going to do any Upper Russian augmentation. What we say on point C, task 1, we're going to integrate with all the GSA study. And I might add, we're going to try to integrate and update under task 1, point B, the 1984 study that was done on the coast, and to update that. So really this is a grant proposal to try and get a lot more information and data. And then if you do go through and look at task 3 to develop a drought mitigation plan, again, countywide comprehensive. Task 4 is we would like to see if the state will fund doing some preliminary designs and feasibility studies for supply improvement. Task 5, improve drought resiliency through looking at, possibilities for deepening wells. We're not going to deepen wells, but we think that this grant might pay for some expertise and recommendations, criteria. Everything about this plan is, geared towards task 6, improving resiliency and looking at possible partnerships with other entities around the county. However, this plan won't do any particular project. We do word it so that we could explore partnerships, we could explore JPAs, MOAs, we could look at the feasibilities of those things. And finally, most important, task 7, we're looking real hard at having funding sources and sustainability with any of the feasibility projects, the feasibility of projects we would look at. So it kind of fits right in with this idea of trying to get a plan together and getting enough grant money to get that kind of information and data. As Supervisor Hashek and McGordy said, we need information, we need data so we can make good choices. Again, I regret that I couldn't have it ready for the board to act on today. I think what you see in this contract will simply possibly be reformatted by our consultant, Larry Walker, who's negotiating the final form of the contract. Larry Walker also informed us that the phase 1 grant cycle has produced some additional guidance from the Department of Water Resources. So they may even play with this a little bit and update how we would best ask for it to be successful. But you really are seeing the final scope here of what we will apply for. So I invite the board and the public to really examine that. And I don't think we're going to be able, if we bring this back to your board on consent on December 7th, I don't think we'll be able to get to the second cycle, but we will definitely be ready to apply in the third cycle. So that is my my update. And again, I welcome any comments on the scope.
Supervisor Hashek.
Well, I wanted to thank Howard DeShiel and Amber Fassett for working on this. They've been under a time crunch and they really pulled it off. I think this really addresses the resiliency issues that we need to be looking at and the information, because we can't go through another summer like we just did. And I think that working with the water agency, and then if we got this $2 million grant, which was, with $25,000 to get a $2 million grant, that's good bang for our buck. So we talked about that this morning. I think Howard and Amber have hit it right on the head about what we need to be doing. And I hope that we can approve this.
Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, likewise, I also appreciate Howard. He's not always the happiest camper when you're talking to him, but he sure delivers. And we appreciate his hard work and that of his staff.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, it's surreal how thorough this proposal is, and we're talking $25,000. Really great work. Thank you, Howard, Amber, the ad hoc staff, and I'd like to recommend I'd like to move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
There's no public comment.
We have roll call.
Chair Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy, Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
and Supervisor Hashak.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Do we have any supervisor reports today? Supervisor Williams. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I'd just like to say Supervisor McGordy and I have been working on the wildlife services issue, and there's an RFP that's been posted on the executive site for the county. It's an RFP for exclusionary services, and it will be open from December 1st through February 1st. We're looking for people who might be willing to offer those services, and it's on. So the RFP is on the county site. And also, I was hoping to get a report from the CEO about the CRT and the PUF.
Chair Jurdy.
Yeah.
Regarding Supervisor Hashak's questions, there. Oh, good. Janine Miller is on. If you would like a report now.
Yeah, Dr. Miller.
Great.
All right. Good afternoon, Dr. Janine Miller, and I will provide you a quick update on each. I actually have a couple of pictures of the CRT I will also share with you while we go through that. So I'll start with the psychiatric health facility. We are in the process of finalizing the feasibility study, and they are doing really well on that. We definitely are looking at this point of coming back. The plan is January, probably the second or third meeting in January with that feasibility study. We have been looking at Whitmore Lane. They've also looked at if we had to purchase another vacant lot, what would that look like, to really give you that the ability to evaluate whether Whitmore is the place and what those costs will look like. So it's been going well, and so we are hoping to have that. The plan right now, like I said, is the second or third meeting in January, and we should have that feasibility on Whitmore Lane for you. Also, update on the CRT. Hopefully everyone can see my screen. That is a picture of our CRT. The crisis residential treatment facility is pretty much finished. We have a couple of things that we are finalizing. We had to get the solar panels approved by county so that we can sign off on that. We have the generator, due to supply chain issues because of COVID, we've had a little bit of a delay in getting our generator here and installed, but that is on the list to be done. We are thinking that will be done by end of December. We have been working with the contractor on getting licensed, so we're going through that process. We are working with them on finalizing a lease for leasing the facility. And there was one other item that will have to come in front of the board regarding getting the bioretention fields on the deed. I guess it's required, and so we need to have that piece in place. And so we're hoping to bring that, I think, on consent on December 10th, I think is what they were thinking, but one of the meetings in December to add that to our deed. And then that will be kind of what we need to close out the facility. We've done a couple walkthroughs of a punch list to make sure the facility looks good and ready to go. So this is the two views of the front here. You can kind of see what it looks like. And just a little bit of the inside. This is our kind of dining area looking into the kitchen. There is a nice inside view. This is another view from kind of the living room looking into the bathroom there. And then I did put one of the outsides kind of on the back there, kind of show you the fencing that's up in the back. We are looking to, we have the keys. So we did have the contractor hand over the keys. So everything on the inside was done. They were record so that they have a new set of cores that can be handed over to the Redwood Community Services as they are leasing the building to run those crisis residential treatment services for us. There was some outside work that we were still finalizing. I think facilities could give an update on that. I know we had just a couple minor things, but I know we were really fast tracking getting any last minute small things that needed to be done. We are going back in front of the CHAFA board. As you remember, we got a $500,000 grant from CHAFA. We had hoped to have everything said and done by December 30th. So the CHAFA team did reach out to us, and there's been an extension on that grant. And so we're going back to their board just to ask for a couple months extension so that we get everything completely finalized and we're able to still get that $500,000. And so they're very supportive of the project. They're asking for pictures. Some of them want to come to our grand opening. So it looks like we will be on target to meet our grant deadline when we get the extension, and the facility should be up and running. We do have to get through licensing with the state, so that can take a little longer. We're thinking that licensing will finalize possibly in February, but we're asking CHAFA to just give us into March, just in case the state has questions or concerns that can hold up your licensing process. But other words, it's pretty much by the end of December, we are ready to go, minus waiting on the state for a licensing agreement. And the contractors are pretty much done, and the provider is in place. We are working to work with them to get stuff moved in. And we are hoping to have a grand opening. We are moving forward with the date of December 16th. So we will have more information coming out on that. And we are inviting all of the board, all of the Measure B board, and all of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board to that grand opening so that everyone can be there for that. I've also been asked by the California State Treasurer's Office that the treasurer would like to be there for the grand opening. So we will make sure that invitation also goes out, and to anyone else that's attached to the CHAFA board who would also like to attend that grand opening. And I'm available for any questions.
Well, thank you for that. And it certainly looks like the computer generated architectural plan for it. And so what would be the date that people could actually move in or, be serviced there?
So if we went forward with, so probably December, if we didn't run it as a licensed CRT, we ran it like crisis respite before we got licensed, you could probably be December. We're thinking though, really the CRT model, that by the time we jump through all the states hoops, we're thinking February. We are pushing on the state to fast track that, but to get through the licensing process, you've got to go through CCL and DHCS. And so we're really dependent on them right now. And they were fast tracking stuff and they've kind of slowed back down. They tell you it can be about 6 months to get through their whole process. So we're hoping they're going to fast track it a little bit quicker. So we're saying February to be licensed and operational as a CRT, and hoping the state will fast track it for us.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Bordy.
Well, thank you, Dr. Miller, for the presentation, and this is good news. So as it goes to Measure B, I know that a lot of people are critical that we're county's not moving quick enough, but it looks like we've got at least 2 brick and mortar projects finished, which is the Redwood Valley Mental Health Training Facility and now the CRT facility. So just to remind the public, we're not sitting still, that things are going on, and it looks like this board's really decided to move forward with the tough unit. And I just want to assure everybody we're not on coffee break here. We're working on this and trying to meet the goals that Measure B promised everybody. And it takes time. It takes time to do something as complicated as this. But I feel strongly that this board takes it serious, and so does Dr. And since she kind of stepped over to take over the role of being the chair of Measure B, things are moving right along, and I really appreciate that.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Miller. Any other reports? Okay, just want to wish everybody happy holidays for Thanksgiving, and looking forward to our December 7th meeting where we're going to have lots of fun items to move the county forward.
What about Thursday?
Oh, there's that too.
So just a quick comment. You know, the last 2 days really seem pretty action packed, so I can't imagine our agendas getting much fuller than this in terms of subject matter. And it's you know, it was a bit of a marathon to cover so many different topics in such great depth. And I appreciate how focused everyone seems to be, including our staff, and it makes being on this board kind of interesting and fun when we're prepared and paying attention.
Yeah, thanks for putting up with me. I feel like the board is headed in a good direction overall.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll be back on Thursday afternoon on the redistricting maps.